Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV coming to you with breaking news. The pagers of many Hezbollah members in Lebanon have exploded. Pagers are small communications devices in which you can get text messages. And there are reports of up to hundreds of Hezbollah members injured. Many Hezbollah members in Lebanon seriously injured when their pagers exploded. This appears to be some sort of cyber attack by Israel on Hezbollah members. So we want to bring you the latest update. What do I mean by exploded? I literally mean exploded. That's what I mean, exploded. There are photos and videos coming out of exploded pagers and people seriously injured, and significant numbers of serious injuries among Hezbollah members. And again, what appears to be some sort of cyber attack by Israel. So we want to bring you the latest. Intel Doge says at least 1,200 injuries so far, according to N12 News. Let me get some updates here, I can't show the photos and videos. Some of them are graphic, and I don't have the rights to them. If I get ones to show you, I will. But I have posted a number of things on my X account, so I am posting a link to my X account. And in the chat, my X account is @Lookner on X. And if you go to my X account, you'll see I have posted from a number of other people links. I have posted photos and videos that others have posted in my X account. Go there, and you can scroll down and you can see a bunch of them. I can't post graphic, bloody footage on the air. Okay, so go to my X account and just scroll down. You'll see the posts of a bunch of other people, and you can see them over there. All right, but again, I can't just post graphic photos or videos on the air. Let me get you some updates here. This is a developing situation. Ynet is reporting the Iranian ambassador was injured in the pager explosions. That's what Ynet is saying, according to an Iranian news agency. Yeah, unconfirmed reports in Israeli media that the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon was injured in the Hezbollah pager explosions. I've seen Ynet report it. For example, I saw a report from N12 News that cited a Lebanese source. Let's see here if I can. I think maybe an Iranian news agency reported this. Let me get you updates here. Hold on a second here. Hang on. Where is this report from? Mer News Agency. I don't see it. Then I'm seeing some reports that possibly thousands of people were injured. So Reuters says that hundreds of Hezbollah members have been wounded when their pagers exploded. So Reuters is posting that hundreds of Hezbollah members are injured. Again, I'm seeing some higher numbers quoted too. It's just unclear. But there's many injuries reported from these pager explosions, these small communications devices. I have been posting some photos and videos that others have posted. I've been reposting them on my X account. Go to my X account if you want to see them, because I can't post them on the air. Some of them are graphic. And again, I'll post the link to my X account. This does appear to be, it appears that this is some kind of cyber attack by Israel. Okay? The Jerusalem Post says reports from Arab and Israeli media have said over 1,200 people have been wounded. And supposedly Mer News of in Iran, do they have it on their page? Yes, Mer News in Iran actually has an article about this, which is I think it's a state news in Iran. Yeah, Iranian state news, Mer News Agency. They have a report about it. They say local media in Lebanon reported a major security incident in the south of the capital of Beirut in the Dahia district. They say preliminary unconfirmed reports say dozens have been injured. A communications device is said to have exploded. Yeah, these pagers, which are these communications devices, which can they can show text messages. From my understanding, that's what they are. I don't believe they're phones. I believe they're text message devices. I don't know that they can be used as phones. And I think Al Jazeera might have a report here. Yes, Al Jazeera says dozens of Hezbollah members wounded after pagers explode in Lebanon. Hezbollah official calls it the group's biggest security breach in nearly a year of war with Israel. Ooh, maybe I can get this. From the National News Agency of Lebanon. Let's see if they have something I can grab you. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. I'm just pulling up some more information here. Yes, the National News Agency of Lebanon, State News, says numerous injuries after pager system exploded in Beirut's southern suburbs and several Lebanese areas. The Lebanese state media says National News Agency correspondent reported an unprecedented hostile security incident in Beirut's southern suburbs, in addition to several Lebanese regions, where the pagers, the wireless communications devices, were detonated using advanced technology. Ambulances are working to transport the injured to hospitals. Now, Lebanon State News says dozens of injuries reported. We're hearing hundreds or perhaps even over 1,000 may have been injured in these pager explosions. Here, look, I have an update for you here. Look at this, guys. Look at this. This is not, it's a photo with somebody on a stretcher, but it's not bloody. Dozens wounded after pagers detonate in Lebanon, media and security officials say. And again, the numbers appear like they might actually be higher than this. This is Associated Press. Dozens of people were wounded in Beirut suburbs and other parts of Lebanon after their handheld pagers exploded today. Lebanese state media and security officials said. It wasn't immediately clear if people were killed. Wow. A senior military intelligence official and an official with a Lebanese group with knowledge of the situation, both of whom spoke on condition of anonymity, said pagers carried by Hezbollah members were detonated. The second official said it was believed to be an Israeli attack. And I'm just going to repeat this. Oh, I might have a video of an ambulance. See if I can get that in a little bit. Hang on a second here. I feel like I'm going to have to show a Wikipedia page. Guys, here's a Wikipedia page about pagers. That's what a pager is. A pager, also known as a beeper or bleeper, is a wireless telecommunications device that receives and displays alphanumeric or voice messages. So it's something like this. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's a picture from Wikipedia of a pager by Themo Shuf from Wikimedia Commons. But it's a device that has some kind of alert system. A lot of I'm not saying all pagers are like this, but it displays text messages or voice messages. It's not a phone. It just lets you communicate. Pagers continue to be used by some emergency services and public safety personnel. I'm sure there's some reason that Hezbollah uses these, maybe for security or something, right? So there's some reason Hezbollah is using these devices. And again, maybe that they think they're more secure, I don't know. But Israel apparently has figured out how to make these explode, and in like a simultaneous attack or near simultaneous, lots of these devices, some of them in the pockets or hands of Hezbollah members, a lot of the Hezbollah pagers, some of them, there's videos and photos of people holding pagers and having them explode, of people with bloody pants because they've exploded apparently in their pants, serious injuries caused by this apparent Israeli attack today. One of our viewers thinks the pager's battery was hacked to explode. I don't know exactly what happened here. But again, I'm seeing Reuters says there have been hundreds injured. Other reports say more than 1,000 injured. But you can see here, AP says dozens of people were wounded in Beirut suburbs and other parts of Lebanon after their handheld pagers exploded Tuesday. Lebanese state media and security officials said it wasn't immediately clear if people were killed. A senior military intelligence official and an official with a Lebanese group with knowledge of the situation, both of whom spoke on condition of anonymity, said pagers were carried by Hezbollah members were detonated. The second official said it was believed to be an Israeli attack. Hold on, let me just keep reading this article. Also, I'm going to post in the chat, I'm going to try to pin the message to the chat to check my X account for some photos and videos, because I can't show them on the air. More photos and videos available on my X account. Okay, and I'm going to pin that message so people can go to my X account and then see other posts by others of photos and videos. I don't know if the Facebook mods can pin my post in the chat there. I'll pin it on Twitch too. And I'll have to post some more of them. I'm trying to get you the latest information. The AP reached out to the Israeli military, which declined to comment. Photos and videos from Beirut's southern suburbs circulating on social media and in local media showed people lying on the pavement with wounds on their hands or near their pants pockets. That was just what I was talking about. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah previously warned the group's members not to carry cell phones, saying they could be used by Israel to track their movements and to carry out targeted strikes. Okay, so that is why they're using pagers instead of cell phones, right there. Okay? If you're saying, why are they using pagers? The leader of Hezbollah previously warned the group's members not to carry cell phones, saying they could be used by Israel to track their movements and to carry out targeted strikes. Yeah, the basic idea is that they went off simultaneously or somewhat simultaneously. Oh, I just want to post this. But this appears to be an Israeli cyber attack. Then you wonder, do other countries have this technology to do this kind of attack as well? Could it happen with cell phones? Lebanon's health ministry called on all hospitals to be on alert. AP says Lebanon's health ministry called on all hospitals to be on alert to take in emergency patients and for people who own pagers to get away from them. It also asked health workers to avoid using wireless devices. Wow. AP photographers at area hospitals said the emergencies were overloaded with patients, many of them with injuries to their limbs, some in serious condition. Wow. Wow. The state-run national news agency said hospitals in southern Lebanon, the eastern Bekaa Valley, and Beirut's southern suburbs, all areas where Hezbollah has a strong presence, had called on people to donate blood of all types. The news agency reported that in Beirut's southern suburbs and other areas, the handheld pager system was detonated using advanced technology and dozens of injuries were reported. A Hezbollah official said at least 150 people, including members of Hezbollah, were wounded in different parts of Lebanon when the pagers they were carrying exploded. The official, who spoke on condition of anonymity because he was not authorized to speak to the media, said the explosions were the result of a security operation that targeted the devices. The enemy, Israel, stands behind this security incident, the official said without elaborating. He added that the new pagers that Hezbollah members were carrying had lithium batteries that apparently exploded. Hezbollah official. The explosions of Hezbollah members' pagers were caused by their lithium batteries exploding. Blames Israel is behind. Says Israel behind the incident. Lithium batteries, when overheated, can smoke, melt, and even catch on fire. Rechargeable lithium batteries are used in consumer products ranging from cell phones and laptops to electric cars. Lithium battery fires can burn up to 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. The incident comes at a time of heightened tensions between Lebanon and Israel. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah and Israeli forces have been clashing near daily for more than 11 months against the backdrop of war between Israel and Hezbollah ally Hamas in Gaza. Those clashes have killed thousands and hundreds in Lebanon and dozens in Israel and displaced tens of thousands on both sides of the border. Wow. So this is a crazy news story here, a crazy incident, and it's very serious. At least dozens, some reports say hundreds or even over 1,000 people injured in Lebanon after the pagers, these handheld communications devices of Hezbollah members, exploded. You can see from Wikipedia article on pagers. Pagers are wireless telecommunications devices used much more years ago than now. That's a picture of what an example of a pager looks like from Wikipedia right there, from Timo Schoof on Wikipedia. I have posted some photos and videos coming out today on my X account. I will keep posting more, but you can. I have posted a link to my X account in the chat, and you can see more of the photos and videos there. I can't show graphic ones on the air. All right, give me a moment here, guys. Hezbollah is a paramilitary group and political party in Lebanon, supported by Iran, that has been fighting on the border. Fighting on the border, on the Israeli border. They have been fighting with Israeli forces on the border of Israel and Lebanon a bunch since the Israel-Gaza war started. The Israel-Hamas war in Gaza started. But I mean, fighting between Israel and Hezbollah goes back decades. Here's an example. I will post a link in the chat of an example. Again, I can't show this stuff on the air. I don't have the rights to the videos, and some of it's graphic. But I will post a link to a video in that Manny Fabian posted. He's with Times of Israel, of the pager exploding of a Hezbollah member while he's standing in a grocery. Okay, and then he falls down injured. So I just posted a link to that, but he does fall down injured in that video. I think saw, hold on a second here. And then I'm going to show you, I'm going to post a link to another one by Timur Azarhi, who is with Reuters. And I'll post a link to that too. Timur Azari with Reuters says, seen dozens of photos, videos of people in Lebanon with injuries to their legs where pagers would have been in pocket or hands and arms. Videos being shared on social media seem to show the pagers ring and then explode. Hang on. Can I hear it? Yes. Hang on one second here. So the video, one video I just posted from Timur Azari of Reuters shows the guy's pager ring, and then he looks down at his pants and at his pager, and then as he's looking down at his pants, it explodes. Fox News reports exploding pagers wound dozens, Hezbollah apparently targeted. Maybe more than dozens, hundreds or over 1,000. Breaking news, Reuters reports over 1,000 people injured. Reuters says over 1,000 people injured. Breaking news. Breaking news. Reuters now reporting over 1,000 injured in Hezbollah pagers explosions. Wow, unbelievable. All right, I want to thank our moderators here as we bring you live breaking news coverage of this incident in Lebanon. Thank you to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators here. Carms is moderating on YouTube, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch, we have David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, and Sarah moderating. Thank you. And also thanks to our Facebook moderators. Oh, I think I have a live video to show you. Live video outside a medical center in Beirut. Hold on, I'm going to put a live video up. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. I really appreciate it. Hang on, too many things happening here all at the same time. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay, and all of our other Facebook mods. Sorry if I'm missing moderators there, but thank you to our moderators. Okay, let me throw up this video here. Hold on a second. Hold on. I need to get my headphones on. Hold on a second here. I am putting a video up on the screen. And I got a video of a Hezbollah of a hospital in Lebanon, in Beirut. This is live video. This is live video. Live video. Live video in Beirut, Lebanon. Breaking news, live video. Look at all the ambulances. Look at all the ambulances. This is still, the ambulances are still coming in. This is outside of American University of Beirut's medical center. You can see it says American University of Beirut Medical Center. I think that's a hospital, right? Look at this. Yeah, this is a hospital. You're hearing sirens. You're seeing. We're seeing sirens. There are ambulances. Wow, this is unbelievable. The ambulances are still coming in. Watching a live shot of a hospital in Beirut. Ambulances still coming in, one after another. Unbelievable. Hey, a quick thank you to Sino, Carolyn. Thank you to Sino, to Carolyn, Trying to Survive, Gran, Taylin Rosen, Debbie James, Mr. Blanks-a-Lot, the one and only, Stevie Augie, KL Bizarro, Dodger Blue 79, PZ Wheats, the Speedrun Spartan, Marnie IndyCar, PZ Papa Zulu, and also Blatt 1982 over there on Twitch. Live coverage. Reuters reports over 1,000 people injured by these exploding pagers in Lebanon. Pagers of many Hezbollah members have exploded in an apparent attack by Israel, an apparent cyber attack by Israel. Unbelievable. So let me get you more updates here. But this is a live shot outside a hospital in Lebanon via Reuters. We have seen several ambulances come in. Just crazy. Now, how will Hezbollah in Lebanon respond to this? Oh, hey guys, Intel Crab just posted this on X. Look at this from Intel Crab. From a friend in Beirut, I have not seen hospitals this busy since the port explosion in 2020. Oops, sorry, there's a typo. There's a typo on screen, as sometimes happens when I rush to put a Chiron up. Thank you, Chad. I fixed the typo. So Reuters is reporting over 1,000 people, including Hezbollah members, wounded when pagers explode. But again, the reporting is that these are Hezbollah members' pagers, at least most of them. I don't know that everyone. I assume most people in Lebanon are not using pagers. So Reuters reports. Let me read you what Reuters is saying. Reuters says more than 1,000 people, including Hezbollah fighters and medics, were wounded on Tuesday when the pagers they used to communicate exploded across Lebanon, security sources told Reuters. A Hezbollah official said the detonation of the pagers was the biggest security breach Hezbollah had been subjected to in nearly a year of war with Israel. Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah have been engaged in cross-border warfare since the Gaza war erupted since last October, the worst such escalation in years. The Israeli military declined to comment on Reuters' inquiries about the detonations. Iran's Mehr news agency said the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon, Mojtaba Amani, was injured by one of the blasts. Reuters could not independently confirm this. A Reuters journalist saw ambulances rushing through the southern suburbs of the capital Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold, amid widespread panic. Again, a Reuters journalist saw, and we're seeing more ambulances still coming in. We're hearing sirens still. We're seeing ambulance. There's another ambulance right there. We're hearing sirens still in Beirut. We're seeing ambulances. But a Reuters journalist saw ambulances rushing through the southern suburbs of the capital, Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold, amid widespread panic. A security source said the devices were also exploding in the south of Lebanon. At Mount Lebanon Hospital, a Reuters reporter saw motorcycles rushing to the emergency room where people with their hands bloodied were screaming in pain. Some of these motorcycles we're seeing might be carrying patients too. The head of the Nabatea Public Hospital in the south of the country, Hassan Wazni, told Reuters around 40 wounded people were being treated at his facility. The wounds included injuries to the face, eyes, and limbs. I have posted some photos and videos of these explosions on my X account. I have reposted some. My link to my X account should be posted at the top of the chat, at least on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. These are they're cruel. It's hard. These are, I want to say they're cruel injuries in that it's people, you see them. Some of the videos show people in their pager rings, and then it explodes in their hands or in their pants, and others nearby could easily be hurt by these explosions as well. So these pretty graphic. Some of these photos and videos. There's videos showing people with like blood in holes in their pants, so a lot of injuries being reported. Reuters reporting over 1,000 injured. Whatever you think about Israel and Hezbollah and whatever side you take, these are some serious injuries of many people. Look at the scene at the hospital. Look at the scene at this hospital, the Beirut Medical Center, after more than 1,000 people. Wow. A Beirut Medical Center after more than 1,000 people reported being injured by Reuters. But this is the American University of Beirut Medical Center. You see a crowd gathered there. We've been seeing ambulances still coming in. I mean, this started getting reported, like, I want to say an hour or well over an hour ago, I believe. And you still have ambulances coming in at this moment. I mean, I started seeing reports of this over an hour ago. Over an hour ago. Well over an hour ago, and there's ambulances still coming in. Wow. Let me get you more updates here. How do we know Israel did it? We don't know, but I mean, they would certainly seem like the most likely suspect. Let me keep giving you some more updates from Reuters. Reuters says the wave of explosions lasted around an hour after the initial detonations, which took place at about 3:45 p.m. local time. Reuters says it was not immediately clear how the devices detonated. In the AP report, AP says a Hezbollah official told AP that the pagers had lithium batteries that apparently exploded. So one Hezbollah official told AP that the pagers had lithium batteries, that the lithium batteries exploded. Reuters also reports Lebanese internal security forces said a number of wireless communications devices were detonated across Lebanon, especially in Beirut's southern suburbs, leading to injuries. Groups of people huddled at the entrance of buildings to check on people they knew who may have been wounded, the Reuters journalist said. Look at this, we see a soldier there outside this hospital. People are going to the hospital. I don't know if those look like people who are maybe going to check on people. But we have seen ambulances pull into this hospital in Beirut. Big crowd of people there. Sirens. Let's see. Reuters reports that groups of people, regional broadcasters carrying CCTV footage which showed what appeared to be a small handheld device placed next to a grocery store cashier where an individual was paying, spontaneously exploding. In other footage, an explosion appeared to knock out someone standing at a fruit stand in a market area. You can go to my X account and see I have been reposting videos on my X account at Lookner on X. Hang on one moment here. I have posted my X account I have pinned it to the chat on Twitch. Another ambulance coming in there. Another ambulance coming out someone standing at here. Hold on. But hey, Facebook mods, could you add my X account link to the pinned chat, please, so people can know where to go for my X account? It is posted on. It is pinned on the Twitch chat and YouTube chat. I have some reposted people on my X account, some reporters who have posted photos and videos, some graphic, of these injuries and of the explosions. There's another, you can see another ambulance right there. We're seeing ambulances still come in. Let's see, the time here is, the time in Beirut, 5:54. So this is over 2 hours after these explosions started happening. Ambulances are still showing up at the hospital over 2 hours after the explosion started happening. Wow. Because it's currently 5:54 p.m. Lebanon time. So this happened a little over 2 hours ago is when the explosions were reported initially at 3:45 p.m. Hang on here. The Lebanese Red Cross said, according to Reuters, more than 50 ambulances and 300 emergency medical staff were dispatched to assist in the evacuation of victims. Lebanon's Crisis Operations Center, which is run by the Health Ministry, asked all medical workers to head to their respective hospitals to help cope with the massive numbers of wounded coming into urgent care. Wow. More sirens. Another ambulance coming in. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at this. This is crazy. Again, Lebanon's Crisis Operations Center, which is run by the Health Ministry, asked all medical workers to head to their respective hospitals to help cope with the massive numbers of wounded coming in for urgent care. It said healthcare workers should not use pagers. Unbelievable. Let me get this posted here as we look at this live shot from Beirut, Lebanon. Unbelievable. So Reuters, let me just get this posted. Reuters is reporting over 1,000 people injured. There are various locations in Lebanon where these pagers have exploded, various locations where people are hurt, various hospitals where people are being treated. Unbelievable. So this appears to be an attack by Israel. Oh, I think I have another live video too, guys. I have a second live video too. And more ambulances coming in. I have a second video too. I'm going to put that up on the screen from AFP. So give me a moment, I'll get the second video up for you. Right, that's the second video. I'm going to put that in a quarter here. Oops, hang on a second here. That is a second video right there from AFP. Where can I get this so it's not going to be in the way? Maybe up here? Right there. We have two videos from Reuters and AFP of outside hospitals in Beirut, Lebanon. Big crowds of people. Ambulances still coming in. No, it is not the same video. It's the same, you know what? I think it's the same hospital. I think it may be the same hospital, but it's definitely not the same video. I can't, yes, it is the same hospital, but different videos. So it's outside the same hospital, but it's two different video sources. Look at this. Unbelievable. AP is reporting hundreds wounded. AP reports hundreds wounded. Look, guys. Hundreds wounded after pagers detonate in Lebanon, media and security officials say. And we have ambulances still coming in. Unbelievable. So, at least hundreds, possibly over 1,000 people injured in Lebanon from Hezbollah pagers exploding. This appears to be an attack by Israel. You know, and this is, I'm not aware of other attacks like this, especially on this scale. I don't know. Is this something, does this, as we see more ambulances come in, is this something that countries have known how to do but didn't want to do because they didn't want to open a Pandora's box of this kind of attack? I don't know. But this appears to be an attack by Israel on Hezbollah members. Blackbird, our viewer, thinks is totally unprecedented. I don't know. I did see somebody I follow who is a cybersecurity expert said something about this. Let's see if I can find it here. Who was it? Now I can't find it here. I can't find it. Oh, Kevin Collier. Kevin Collier, who is with... he's a cybersecurity reporter for NBC News. He posted, anybody ever hear of an exploit like this? If this is substantiated, it and Israel's choice of exactly how to first deploy it is going to be studied for years. More ambulances. Again, Kevin Collier, who reports on cybersecurity for NBC News, says, anybody ever hear of an exploit like this? If this is substantiated, it and Israel's choice of exactly how to first deploy it is going to be studied for years. I'm going to change the headline. Hundreds injured in Lebanon when Hezbollah members' pagers explode. This is an apparent Israeli attack. This is an apparent Israeli attack. That would be the logical conclusion. Hang on, I got to stop that from doing that. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Sorry for that transition thing. I got to fix the transition. Keep saying breaking news. I want to just go to hold. Let me just fix the headline on me. Hang on a moment here. Get you back to the live shot. Faytux News, who I follow, says a BBC security correspondent says this is unprecedented and extraordinary. Hang on, let me get you more updates here as we watch the video. So many updates coming in. So many updates coming in. The Washington Post reports scores injured in Lebanon as electronic pagers explode, officials say. Health officials report chaotic scenes at hospitals across Lebanon, including in the capital, Beirut. Lebanese officials said today that a large number of people were injured in various parts of the country after pagers they were carrying exploded, including members of the militant group Hezbollah who carry pagers. The Washington Post reports a voice message was circulated to Hezbollah members saying, "Each one who received a new pager, throw it away." Again, the Washington Post says that a voice message that was circulated to Hezbollah members, according to one of the members, said, "Each one who received a new pager, throw it away." Health officials reported chaotic scenes at hospitals across the country as ambulances poured in, including in the capital, Beirut. Lebanon state-run news agency said a number of injuries were reported in towns in southern Lebanon near the border of Israel, in northern Lebanon, and in the coastal city of Tyre. This is across Lebanon. Lebanon's Ministry of Health said large numbers of people were arriving at hospitals related to the explosions of the devices. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience. This is this Washington Post article, "Scores injured in Lebanon as electronic pagers explode." They also report, the Washington Post, hospitals were being placed on maximum alert, a statement said, adding that the Lebanese Health Ministry requests all citizens who own wireless communication devices stay away from them. Wow. Guys, the Lebanese Ministry of Health is requesting that all citizens who own wireless communication devices stay away from them. I don't know if phones are included in that warning. So far, the only reports I've heard are these pagers. Health workers were being directed to go to work to provide emergency treatment, and appeals were being made for blood donations, another statement said. Videos posted on social media showed what appear to be pagers heavily damaged by explosions and instances in which the devices appear to explode in shops while being carried by their owners. I have seen a number of photos of bloodied people in Lebanon with blood on their pants. Look, another ambulance coming in. There, on the top there. The apparent attack came as tensions between Israel and Hezbollah have soared on the Lebanese border following months of tit-for-tat strikes that have displaced thousands of people in both countries. Unbelievable. More ambulances are coming in. Look at this. Guys, this is over 2 hours after these explosions were still reported. Ambulances are still coming in one after another to this hospital in Beirut. More ambulances coming in. The Israeli Defense Forces declined to comment today on whether it was responsible for the pager explosions. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey, thanks to Sven Hoke and Pebble Girl 63, Dean R, Calru 10 TV, Walter Beasley. Walter thinks the response will be devastating. We'll have to see. You know, about a month ago, I think Israel assassinated the top commander in Hezbollah, and Hezbollah did not really launch much of a response to that. Look at this, guys. Ambulances. We just saw 3 more ambulances come in. It's unbelievable. Thank you also, Bill Bofink, who says, I worry if this could happen to our phones. As I said, I don't know if this is a technology that countries have had for a while and just never wanted to use, or if this is some new thing Israel has figured out how to do. I'm sure that some countries will have a concern that Israel doing this might kind of make it okay for other countries and other maybe non-state actors to do this. But I have not heard, personally, I don't remember an incident like this, but I don't know. Certainly not on this scale, I don't remember, but I'll have to defer to the experts on that, on whether this is unprecedented in a sense. But just wow, at least hundreds, maybe thousands of people injured in Lebanon from these exploding pagers. Hezbollah members still use pagers. Yeah, if you're wondering why do Hezbollah members use pagers, Associated Press reported that that the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has previously warned Hezbollah members to not carry cell phones, saying that cell phones could be used by Israel to track their movements and carry out targeted strikes. So Hezbollah was again apparently is using pagers because they don't want to be using cell phones for their own protection. Unbelievable. Bringing you live coverage here as the ambulances still can continue to come in. Thank you, DeShark, for your support, and Johnny Mac, and Suze 007, Justin Rochkin, Back Garden Astronomy, Don Williams, Rick D, and Howard Lintz III. Howard thinks responses will be delayed. Also, Howard says their communication networks are now disrupted and they don't trust the tech. So, you know, I have no idea what effect this will have on the operations of Hezbollah. But this is there are hospitals treating people across Lebanon right now. Unbelievable. Let me try to get you some more updates here. I'm sure you've been messaging me. I know I'm behind on that, but trying to bring you the latest updates on this developing breaking news story in Lebanon. Unreal. So AP is saying hundreds wounded. Reuters reports over 1,000 injured. More ambulances. I mean, just the fact that over 2 hours after these explosions started, ambulances are still showing up. They're still showing up at these hospitals. I'm showing you, I have an AP footage and Reuters footage outside a hospital in Beirut, Lebanon here. AP reports a Hezbollah official tells Associated Press that several hundred people, including members of Hezbollah, were wounded in different parts of Lebanon when their handheld pagers exploded. He said a few Hezbollah fighters were also wounded in Syria when pagers they were carrying exploded. Wow, that's new. So Hezbollah official says A few Hezbollah fighters were also wounded in Syria when the pagers they were carrying exploded. Okay? So, apparently, according to AP, in addition to all the injuries in Lebanon, a few Hezbollah fighters in Syria were injured when the pagers they were carrying exploded. AP is also saying that Iran's ambassador to Lebanon, multiple outlets including AP and Iran's Mer news agency are reporting that Iran's ambassador to Lebanon was injured in these explosions. Unclear if anybody has been killed. AP reports a senior military intelligence official with a Lebanese group with knowledge of the situation said pagers carried by Hezbollah members were detonated. The second official said it was believed to be an Israeli attack. The Israeli military has not commented. Iran's semi-official Fars news agency said on Telegram that Iran's ambassador to Lebanon has a superficial light injury and is under observation. More ambulances coming in. Ambulances are still coming in. They are still coming in. AP reports photos and videos from Beirut's southern suburbs circulating on social media and in local media showed people lying on the pavement with wounds on their hands or near their pants pockets. AP photographers at area hospitals said the emergency rooms were overloaded with patients, many of them with injuries to their limbs, some in serious condition. Lebanon's health ministry called on all hospitals to be on alert to take in emergency patients and for people who own pagers to get away from them. It also asked health workers to avoid using wireless devices. A Hezbollah official told AP that the lithium batteries in the devices exploded. AP says lithium batteries, when overheated, can smoke, melt, and even catch on fire. Rechargeable lithium batteries are used in consumer products ranging from cell phones and laptops to electric cars. Lithium battery fires can burn up to 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. The incident comes at a time of heightened tensions between Lebanon and Israel. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah and Israeli forces have been clashing near daily for more than 11 months against the backdrop of war between Israel and Hezbollah ally Hamas in Gaza. Unbelievable. I know I keep saying that, but this is just unbelievable. Oh, I believe Hezbollah has issued a statement. Let me get the Hezbollah. Michael Horowitz said that Hezbollah has issued a statement. Let me go get the Hezbollah statement for you. Hang on a moment here. I have a statement from Hezbollah. Posted on their Telegram. Hezbollah says at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon today, a number of message receiving devices known as, they say pager, I believe it's pager, and located by a number of workers in various Hezbollah units and institutions exploded. These mysterious explosions have so far led Hezbollah claims that a girl and two brothers were killed and a large number of people sustained various injuries. Okay? So Hezbollah has just released a statement. I will keep reading their statement. Hezbollah also says in their statement, the competent agencies in Hezbollah are currently conducting a wide-range security and scientific investigation to find out the reasons that led to these simultaneous explosions, and the medical and health services are also treating the wounded and injured in a number of hospitals in various Lebanese regions. We ask God Almighty for mercy in our righteous martyrs on the road to Jerusalem, and we pray for a speedy recovery for the wounded and injured, and we call on our dear people to beware of the rumors and false and misleading information spread by some parties in a way that serves psychological warfare in the interest of the Israeli enemy, especially since this is accompanied by the intimidating and threatening speeches of the Israeli enemy and what he calls changing the situation in the north. We affirm that the resistance at all levels and its various units is in the highest readiness to defend Lebanon and its steadfast people. So again, Lebanon says that these explosions started around 3:30 local time. It is currently 6:19 p.m. local time there. So these started about almost 3 hours ago, and ambulances are still coming in. Look, and motorcycles still coming in, people crowding around the hospital there in this hospital in Beirut. Hezbollah says a large number of people sustained various injuries, and that they are conducting a wide-ranging security and scientific investigation to find out the reasons that led to these simultaneous explosions. And this is throughout Lebanon, in various Lebanese regions. This has happened throughout Lebanon. Wow. So that is a statement from Hezbollah. One of our viewers said, do they really not know the reasons? Well, they might not know technically how it was carried out, right? I mean, if they knew the reason beforehand, they probably wouldn't have been using them in the first place. Oh, hang on a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I have posted a number of photos and videos, which I cannot show because some of them are graphic, on my X account, which is @Lookner, which should be pinned at the top of the chat. Faytux News found a report from Reuters that a son of a Hezbollah member was killed. I'm going to keep checking the different reports here. Reuters says more than 1,000, including Hezbollah members, wounded in Lebanon when pagers explode. And again, we're seeing multiple reports that these are the pagers of Hezbollah members. And Hezbollah themselves said these are the pagers belonging to Hezbollah members. Press TV, which is Iranian state news, the Press TV reports that certain people who were carrying pagers noticed them heating up before the explosion. Oh, Yasser Ali says Wall Street Journal says the devices were recently received by Hezbollah. Let me check the Wall Street Journal and see what they're reporting on this as well. Wall Street Journal says that the number of injuries appears to be over 1,000, according to a Hezbollah official. And Wall Street Journal reports that hundreds of pagers of Hezbollah members have exploded. Wall Street Journal calls this an unprecedented event. Oh, the Wall Street Journal says the affected pagers were from a new shipment that the group received in recent days. Wow. Wow. The official said some people felt the pagers heat up and disposed of them before they burst. All right, so the Wall Street Journal says the affected pagers were from a new shipment that the group received in recent days. The official said some people felt the pagers heat up and disposed of them before they burst. So again, let me repeat that to you, for you. The Wall Street Journal reports that the affected pagers were from a new shipment that Hezbollah had received in recent days, that a Hezbollah official said hundreds of Hezbollah fighters had these devices, and some people felt the pagers heat up and disposed of them before they burst. Yeah, I'm going to, again, some of our viewers are saying, well, maybe it was a bad shipment. My common sense tells me that it's much more likely that this was an Israeli attack. I'm not sure, but I have a hard time believing this was just some kind of flaw in these devices that happened to get sent to Hezbollah fighters and exploded around the same time. Now, I guess in theory it could be. It could be in theory. My common sense tells me it's much more likely it's an Israeli attack. But we'll see what happens. Wall Street Journal says the number of casualties is rising too quickly to count, but appear to top 1,000, a Hezbollah official said. Hezbollah seemed overwhelmed trying to keep up. Wall Street Journal also reports that the wounds include severed fingers, head injuries, and large gases to people's torsos. Let me keep bringing you updates here. More sirens still going off. Look at this. Look at this. More sirens, guys, still happening. Another ambulance coming in. This is about 2 ambulances coming in. This is about, now it could be for something else, but this is about 3 hours after these explosions. We still have a crowd at this hospital, ambulances regularly streaming in. Reuters has updated its article. Hezbollah claims 3 people were killed. Reuters says more than 1,000 people, including Hezbollah fighters, medics, and Iran's envoy to Beirut were wounded on Tuesday when the pagers they used to communicate exploded across Lebanon. A Hezbollah official said the detonation of the pagers was the biggest security breach the group has been subjected to in nearly a year of conflict with Israel. Israel and the Iran-backed Hezbollah have been engaged in a cross-border warfare in parallel with the Gaza war, which erupted last October. The Israeli military has not commented on this today. Oh, Hezbollah in its statement said 2 of its fighters had been killed. I might have had a bad translation there. Okay. Yes, the Hezbollah statement, I'm sorry. I think the statement said something about the sons. Yeah, so the translation I saw said a girl and 2 brothers were killed, but apparently that by 2 brothers means 2 Hezbollah members. Hezbollah is claiming that 3 dead and a large number of people are injured. Hezbollah says that approximately 3 hours ago, it would be exactly 3 hours ago, around 3:30 p.m., a number of message receiving devices used by a number of workers in various Hezbollah units and institutions exploded. They call the explosions mysterious officially in their statement and say they are looking into the cause. There have been some Hezbollah officials unofficially are attributing it to Israel. Yes, Hezbollah in its statement claimed that 2 of its fighters had died and a 3rd person, a girl, was also killed. Oh, 2 security sources told Reuters one of the fighters killed was the son of a Hezbollah member of the Lebanese parliament. Iran's ambassador to Lebanon also reportedly suffered a minor injury. Oh, Reuters says the pagers that detonated were the latest model brought in by Hezbollah in recent months. 3 security sources said. Okay, so Reuters is reporting that the pagers that detonated were the latest model brought in by Hezbollah in recent months. That is from Reuters. More sirens, more ambulances. More sirens, more ambulances. Look at this. Unbelievable. Still ambulances coming in. They're still coming in. So Wall Street Journal said that the pagers were from a new shipment that the group received in recent days. And Reuters says the pagers that detonated were the latest model brought in by Hezbollah in recent months. Reuters says a Reuters journalist saw ambulances rushing through the southern suburbs of the capital, Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold, amid widespread panic. There's reports of this happening across Lebanon. At Mount Lebanon Hospital, a Reuters reporter saw motorcycles rushing to the emergency room where people with their hands bloodied were screaming in pain. Unbelievable. Thank you to the Silver Sergeant and McLean 33 for your support. McLean 33 says this event will likely cause retaliation against Israel. I think Israel messed up targeting people in this manner as innocents are likely involved. Look, I understand what you're saying. I will say that about a month ago or so, Israel assassinated the top commander of Hezbollah. And Hezbollah said it was going to respond. And it basically launched, I think, a couple hundred rockets, which really didn't do much. It was not much of a response. So will there be a big Hezbollah response to this? I do not know. Now, Hezbollah has not officially said this is Israel yet. Some Hezbollah officials have unofficially blamed Israel. More ambulances still coming in. Ambulances still coming in now. Unbelievable. Multiple ambulances still coming in. I can't post the graphic videos and photos, but I have reposted some videos and photos of exploded pagers, pagers exploding, people being injured. I have reposted a bunch of that stuff on my X account. My X account should be pinned to the top of the chat. It is at Lookner on X, at Lookner. Let me just, so many updates I want to check here. So I know people have been sending me messages. I apologize. There's just so much information here. I'm trying to go through and get you updates. So give me a moment here to just kind of keep going through everything. We are looking at a live shot outside the American University of Beirut Medical Center, a hospital in Lebanon. Oh my gosh, AP journalist, at least 8 people killed, 2750 wounded. Karim Chahayeb with AP says a Lebanese health minister said at least 8 people killed and 2750 wounded. Again, that is according to AP journalist Karim Chahayeb. Let me try to get that report on the screen for you. Give me a moment here. Yes, multiple sources. LBCI Lebanon News says this too. So, 8 dead, 2750 wounded, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Unbelievable. So the Lebanese health ministry is saying 8 dead, 2750 injured. Hang on one second here. Let me just fix the headline here. This new information. 8 dead, 2750 injured. Unbelievable. The ambulances are still coming in. The ambulances are still showing up at the hospital. Over 3 hours. Over 3 hours after the explosions started happening. This is just unbelievable. There are videos of just people, you know, in a grocery store, and their pager goes off, and they look down, and it explodes. People with blood on their pants, lying on the ground, injured. Somebody at a cash register, they look down at their pager, and it explodes. I see some people are wondering if this was something where there was an actual explosive in the pager. I mean, could Israel have, for example, have literally put explosives in all the pagers? I don't know. Now, Times of Israel. The Times of Israel is calling this an alleged Israeli attack. Even the Times of Israel is calling it an alleged Israeli attack. Okay, Times of Israel reports that Hebrew media reports top Israeli defense officials are now in an emergency discussion on how to deal with potential escalation after this incident. Also, Times of Israel says Al Hadath News, a Saudi-owned outlet, is claiming that top Hezbollah leaders and their advisors were injured, but that is unconfirmed. Let's see here. According to N12 News Israel, N12 News Israel says that of the injured, N12 News Israel says that of the injured, about 200 of them are in critical condition. That's what N12 News Israel says. N12 News Israel reports sources in Hezbollah in the media, quoted in the media, say this was a cyber attack carried out remotely. Unbelievable story. Guys, look at this. There's a headline from AP. A wave of exploding pagers in Lebanon and Syria kills at least 8, including members of Hezbollah. Let me just read you these 2 paragraphs real quick. Hundreds of handheld pagers exploded near simultaneously across Lebanon and in parts of Syria on Tuesday, killing at least 8 people, including members of the militant group Hezbollah and a girl, and wounding the Iranian ambassador, government and Hezbollah officials said. Officials pointed the figure at Israel and what appeared to be a sophisticated remote attack that wounded more than 2,700 people at a time of rising tensions across the Lebanon border. Guys, look at this picture. Look at this picture. Here. This is not gunshots, this picture. AP says on that picture is police inspect a car inside of which a handheld pager exploded. See that picture there? AP says that is a car in which a handheld pager exploded. That's why there's holes in the windshield there. And that's police inspecting a car inside of which a handheld pager exploded. One of our viewers said it was probably on the dashboard. So that is a picture from Associated Press. Okay? Maybe I can... I'm gonna download that photo. If you give me a second, I'll download the photo so I can show it bigger for you.
الإصابات هي لم تقتصر على الضاحية إنما الضاحية بيروت البقاع الجنوب وأيضا حزب الله أصدر بيانا أوليا قد نرى بيانا آخر وقال فيه إنه هناك
I have several pictures of that car that I'm going to show you.
ما كان يبتغيه ويسعى إليه. الدكتور سمير جعجع.
Okay, let me show you these pictures, guys, of this car from Reuters, from AP, okay? Here. So here's the AP article. There is picture number, ooh, you can't see it. Let me get it on the screen for you. That's picture number 1. That is not bullet holes. That is police in Lebanon looking at a car in which the pager exploded. Here's picture number 2. Look at the damage to the windshield. And here's picture number 3. See the windshield there? AP reports a Hezbollah official who spoke on condition of anonymity told Associated Press that the new brand of handheld pagers used by the group first heated up, then exploded. Okay? So, a Hezbollah official who spoke on condition of anonymity told the Associated Press that the new brand of handheld pagers used by Hezbollah first heated up, then exploded. So multiple outlets are saying that these were newly received, relatively newly received pagers. I'm going to put a clock up on the screen. Hang on a second here. Let me get a clock up on the screen for you. Thanks for your patience here. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to take off this text here. I'm going to get the clock up on the screen for you right now. If you give me a moment. There we go. Hang on one sec here. Okay. If you're just joining us, this is just an unbelievable story. More sirens. More sirens. Another ambulance coming in right now. The ambulance is still coming in. Look at this. So, if you're just joining us, unbelievable story. About 3.5 hours ago, the pagers, these electronic communications devices used by Hezbollah members, started exploding throughout Lebanon. There's videos of, people holding their pager with their pagers in their pocket, and it just explodes. And 8 people are dead and over 2,700 injured in these pager explosions. This is some people in Hezbollah are alleging this is an attack by Israel. My common sense tells me that's the most likely explanation of this, but that has not been confirmed yet. But this does appear like it may be an attack by Israel on Hezbollah members by somehow getting their pagers to explode. They did not explode literally at the same time, but a lot of them around the same time. Thank you to Junk Chain for your support, and Genius by Birth, and Carrier Kyle, and Jeffrey 0415. More ambulances coming in? Hold on. Randy Hearn, Alex S., the one and only. Alex says many healthcare professionals use pagers today. That's what Alex says. If you're wondering what a pager looks like, I'll show you. Thanks to Long John Daly for your support, and Tinder, and MaFlorida22 on Twitch, and Intrepid Ibex, and Mark Zuckerberg. Notorious Rob on Twitch, thank you as well. Wikipedia has an article on pagers, which I'll real quick. Pager, that's a picture on Wikipedia of a pager from Themo Shuf. That's a pager on Wikipedia, what the kind of thing it looks like. Wikipedia says they are also known as beeper or bleeper, a wireless telecommunications device that receives and displays alphanumeric or voice messages. Pagers were widely used in the 1980s through the 1990s and early 2000s. Public safety agencies, it says here, pagers continue to be used by some emergency services and public safety personnel because modern pager systems coverage overlap, combined with use of satellite communications. Modern pager systems coverage overlap, combined with use of satellite communications, can make paging systems more reliable than terrestrial-based cellular networks in some cases, including during natural and human-made disasters. The resilience has led public safety agencies to adopt pagers over cellular and other commercial services for critical messaging. Also, AP reported that the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, had previously warned Hezbollah's members to not carry cell phones because he said cell phones could be used by Israel to track their movements and carry out targeted strikes. So maybe that's why Hezbollah has been using pagers. The Wikipedia says that pagers cannot be tracked. Since Since a one-way pager is a passive receiver only, it sends no information back to the base station. Its location cannot be tracked. That's according to Wikipedia. Wikipedia is now updated to say, today a massive attack against pagers used by Hezbollah members was committed by an unknown source, causing explosions and massive injuries. Let's see if I can get you more updates here. Associated Press says hundreds of handheld pagers exploded near simultaneously across Lebanon and in parts of Syria today, killing at least 8 people, including members of the militant group Hezbollah and a girl, and wounding the Iranian ambassador, government and Hezbollah officials said. Officials pointed the finger at Israel in what appeared to be a sophisticated remote attack that wounded more than 2,700 people at a time of rising tensions across the Lebanon border. The Israeli military declined to comment. A Hezbollah official who spoke on condition of anonymity told the Associated Press that the new brand of handheld pagers used by the group first heated up and then exploded. Another ambulance coming in. Lebanon's health minister said at least 8 people were killed and 2,750 wounded, 200 critically wounded. Okay? AP reports 200 of the injured in Lebanon from pager explosions are critically wounded, according to Lebanon's health minister. So again, the Lebanese health minister says 200 of the injured are critically injured. AP says photos and videos from Beirut's southern suburbs circulating on social media and in local media showed people lying on the pavement with wounds on their hands or near their pants pockets. There's also several videos going around of these explosions. Another ambulance there, sirens, unbelievable. AP reports also that Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah previously warned Hezbollah members to not carry cell phones, saying that cell phones could be used by Israel to track their movements and carry out targeted strikes, which is maybe why they were using pagers. Lebanon's health ministry called on all hospitals to be on alert to take in emergency patients and for people who own pagers to get away from them. It also asked health workers to avoid using wireless devices. AP photographers at area hospitals said the emergency rooms were overloaded with patients, many of whom had injuries to their limbs, some in serious condition. The state-run national news agency in Lebanon said the handheld pager system was detonated using advanced technology. A Hezbollah official told AP that the explosions were the result of a security operation that targeted the devices. The Hezbollah official told AP the enemy Israel stands behind the security incident and also said that the new pagers Hezbollah members were carrying had lithium batteries that apparently exploded. The incident comes at a time of heightened tensions between Lebanon and Israel. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran, and Israeli forces have been clashing near daily for more than 11 months against the backdrop of a war between Israel and Hezbollah ally Hamas in Gaza. Today, Israel said that halting Hezbollah's attacks in the north to allow Israeli residents to return to their homes is now an official Israeli war goal. AP also says Israel has killed Hamas militants in the past with booby-trapped cell phones, and it's widely believed to have been behind the Stuxnet computer virus attack on Iran's nuclear program in 2010. Stuxnet was according to Wikipedia, Stuxnet was a cyber weapon, and that affected Iran's nuclear program. I remember that. It is believed to be responsible for causing substantial damage to the nuclear program of Iran. A malicious computer worm first uncovered in 2010. That is Stuxnet. You can read about that on Wikipedia, for example. Wow, unbelievable. This is just unbelievable. Yes, no, somebody just said you can't see Steve's X unless you sign up. No, that is absolutely false. You can see my X fine like you always can. There is a subscription option on my X account, which is for bonus content, but all of the regular content, all of the stuff I've been posting about this today is all free on my X account, as it always has been. Oh. You don't have to pay for it, but you may have to sign up for a Twitter account. I don't know how that works. To view to view X accounts, you may have to have an X account. So if that's what you're asking, that may be the case. That you have to have an X account, which is free, to see X accounts. If that's what you're asking about. The Washington Post reports that health officials reported chaotic scenes at hospitals across the country as ambulances poured in. Videos posted on social media showed what appeared to be pagers heavily damaged by explosions and instances in which the devices appeared to explode in shops while being carried by their owners. The apparent attack came as tensions between Israel and Hezbollah have soared on the Lebanese border following months of tit-for-tat strikes that have displaced tens of thousands of people in both countries, says the Washington Post. Israeli officials said this week that the military was ready to take action against Hezbollah, signaling that the diplomatic efforts to prevent a full-blown, full-out war had run their course. Israel defense officials declined to comment today on whether it was responsible for the pager explosions. Hang on a moment here. Hey guys, I'm going to post a link to one of these videos that the New York Times posted of a pager exploding, which some of you probably have already seen, because I think this is, hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. Guys, hold on, I might be able to show you the video. Hold on. I can show you the video. I have a video of a pager explosion that I can show you. I have the rights to it from Reuters. I'm going to show you a video in a second. There's no blood in it, but you do see the pager explode. Okay, you don't see blood in this video. It shows you an explosion. It's like in a guy's pocket and it explodes. All right, so I can show you that because I have the rights to that. Hang on a moment here. Actually, I don't even know if I can show it. You know what? I gotta be careful here. I can't. The platforms I stream on have terms of service, and I don't want to violate the terms of service. So to be safe, what I'm going to do is post the link, the web link, where you can see it. The New York Times posted it as well. So I'm going to give you the web link right now in the chat. It's on the New York Times. I just have to be really careful. If I show it, the channel can get in trouble. And so anytime it's on the fence, I really have to just err on the side of caution. I mean, it does show somebody getting injured. So let me pull this up, the link, and I don't know. The link says it should go right there, but then I don't know if this link is going to work for you. Guys, try this link to this video in the chat. See if this works for you. You may have to scroll down a little bit. So I just posted a link in the chat to you for the New York Times. You should be able to see it or scroll down a bit and see it. Let me know in the chat if that link worked for you. But again, I'm sorry I can't show it. It's paywalled? Okay, well, some people are saying it's paywalled, so I'm sorry. Again, I don't make the rules for these platforms. I have to respect the rules of the platforms I stream on. So, they might have a problem with an explosion of a pager where somebody gets hurt. So I'm going to err on the side of caution. Yeah, SJ says the video is all over X. You can find it there. I have posted and reposted multiple photos and videos on my X account. My X account is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. It's at Lookner, at Lookner. It is also pinned to the top of the Twitch chat. It should be pinned to the top of Twitch. Is it not pinned anymore? Why isn't it pinned anymore? Well, I will post it again on Twitch. But you can go there, and maybe maybe they can. I don't know if it's pinned on Facebook right now, but you can go to my X account and scroll down, and you can see a bunch of those posts if you scroll down. Okay, that's one way you can see them. Posted by other people who I have reposted. Oops. Hang on a second here. I just posted. Oh, okay. I know why it disappeared on Twitch, because I didn't have it set to stay up there. All right. Big thanks to, Kay posted it on Facebook. Thank you. So you can go to my X account, and if you scroll down, you'll see a bunch of photos and videos. Erin says the Times video has no blood or gore. It doesn't matter. It shows somebody getting injured. I don't make the rules. I can't take the risk. Thanks to our moderators. Kay Lowry Body is moderating over there on Facebook. Thanks so much, Kay, for moderating there. And our other Facebook moderators, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to our Twitch moderators, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Really appreciate it. Also, thanks to Conhay Gran on Twitch for your support. And Tech Slug for your support on Twitch, Long John Daly. And also, thanks to our YouTube moderators like Danny James. Really appreciate it, Danny. RJ. Carms. Thanks to all of our moderators. Very much appreciated. Thanks also Trying to Survive and Powerful Prayers Network and Genius by Birth and Seize the Day and Sharon A. Bear for your support. And I appreciate that. Let's try to get you some more updates here. Oh, hold on a second. Is there a new Hezbollah statement? Is there a new Hezbollah statement? Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Let me check. We might have a new Hezbollah statement. Let me check here. I have so much stuff open on my desktop. Sorry. Breaking news, Hezbollah officially blames Israel. Breaking news, Hezbollah officially blames Israel. Breaking news. I'm going to show you the statement. Here is the statement from Hezbollah that they have just posted. Hezbollah is officially blaming Israel. Here you go. After examining all the current facts, data, and available information about the sinful attack that took place this afternoon, we hold the Israeli enemy fully responsible for this criminal aggression, which has affected civilians and led to a number of people dead and a large number of people being injured in various ways. Our dead and wounded are the symbol for our struggle and sacrifices on the road to Jerusalem, a victory for our honorable people in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and continuous field support. In this position of our support for the valiant Palestinian resistance will remain a source of pride in this world and the hereafter. This treacherous and criminal enemy will certainly receive his just retribution for the sinful aggression from where it is expected and from where it is not expected. And God is, as we say, a witness. This is from Hezbollah. They officially blame Israel, and they say that Israel will receive its just retribution from where it is expected and from where it is not expected. Breaking news. Breaking news. So again, Hezbollah has now issued an official statement where they blame Israel for the explosion of pagers of Hezbollah members in Lebanon, which have killed at least 8 and injured over 2,700. Thank you, by the way, to John Hartzell for your support, and Dashark, and Tim747, and Ben C, and the Vladinator. Ben C and the Vladinator. Thank you. Another ambulance coming in. We are now almost 4 hours after these explosions began, and I don't know that any things are still exploding. I believe I'm not really hearing reports of new explosions at this point, but we're still seeing ambulances coming into this hospital in Beirut. Unbelievable. I wouldn't be surprised if the injury numbers rise. Reuters reports, Reuters' Timur Azari says the Lebanese Hezbollah chief Nasrallah was not harmed in the blasts. Leader of Lebanon, leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, was not injured, according to Reuters. The source for the dead and injured is the Lebanese Health Ministry. And by the way, there's lots of reporting that by AP, by Reuters, for example, that hospitals have been flooded with patients in various parts of Lebanon. So you might say, oh, is it really a lot of people injured? There's many reports out there from news outlets that yes, there's an enormous number of injured in this incident. You know, just as an example, I'll read you some of these reports. Reuters says a Reuters journalist saw ambulances rushing through the southern suburbs of the capital, Beirut, amid widespread panic. At Mount Lebanon Hospital, a Reuters reporter saw motorcycles rushing to the emergency room where people with their hands bloodied were screaming in pain. AP had reported that AP photographers at area hospitals said emergency rooms were overloaded with patients, many of them with injuries to their limbs, some in serious condition. Just unbelievable. And Lebanon, Hezbollah is officially blaming Israel. By the way, I'm sorry I can't show the videos. There's videos of people on the ground injured, videos of people with bloody pants, and photos. Videos of people like standing in a shop when their pager suddenly explodes. I wish I could show them to you. I've been posting some of them on my X account. You can go to my X account and check that out and scroll down and you can see them, but I can't violate the terms of service. Well, first of all, some of them I don't own the rights to, but second of all, I can't violate terms of service of the platforms I stream on. The New York Times reports that residents in Lebanon are scared to answer calls. One resident was preparing winter food supplies when she answered her phone by crying out, "Please hang up, hang up." Also, the New York Times reports that the Office of Lebanon's Prime Minister has labeled this incident a criminal Israeli aggression, saying it was a serious violation of Lebanese sovereignty. JSR viewer says this is going to get ugly fast. I don't know how Hezbollah will respond to this. To repeat, Israel assassinated the top commander of Hezbollah back in late July. And Hezbollah said they were going to respond to that, and they honestly have not done much yet. They fired a couple hundred rockets, which really didn't do any significant damage in Israel. So how will Hezbollah respond to this? I have no idea. By the way, I don't know if there's updates. We're covering this right now. The governor of Kentucky was holding a briefing today on the manhunt for Joseph Couch. I haven't heard the Kentucky shooter. I haven't heard that he's been found. So if I hear any information on that, I'll let you know. But we're focusing on this story right now. I haven't even gotten to cover the Sean Diddy Combs story, which we covered that tonight. I haven't even gotten to cover it because we've been covering this. So maybe we'll do another stream later with other news. N12 News Israel says that an aide to the leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, says the reaction will come. After the crimes he committed, the enemy must expect everything from Lebanon. Jonathan Conricus, do you guys remember spokesman Jonathan, who used to be with the IDF? He's now a senior fellow at FDD, Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Jonathan Conricus, who was a spokesman for the IDF previously, who you might remember from last year, he posted on X, there's Jonathan Conricus. He said, how ironic is it that a primitive communications device distributed by Hezbollah to its key personnel in order to avoid eavesdropping by Israel has been used as a lethal weapon in the world's most elaborate cyber attack? Brilliant. So he thinks it was a cyber attack. That's what he thinks. I don't know if it counts as the world's most elaborate cyber attack. I mean, there was Stuxnet. I'm not a cyber expert. So in terms of if this was a cyber attack, what was the difficulty of carrying out this versus something else? I can't speak to that. But certainly, if this is a attack, it is quite complex. And I don't think my common sense would say it'd be quite complex and very difficult to carry out. Also, as a security operator, being able to carry it out without being detected. DTJB says double agent distributor. Multiple outlets report that this was a relatively new shipment of pagers. on. Maybe I can take some more comments here. Let me just see if I have any updates to give you here. But this is unbelievable. Some of our viewers think the pagers had explosives inside them. That I don't know. Let me show you some from this Reuters article. At least 8 dead, including Hezbollah fighters, 2750 wounded in pager blasts in Lebanon. At least eight people were killed and 2,750 wounded when the pagers they used to communicate exploded across Lebanon. And by the way, these are widely reported to be Hezbollah pagers. And the Hezbollah statement itself said these were pagers used by Hezbollah members. Lebanon's information minister said the government condemned the detonation of the pagers as an Israeli aggression. Hezbollah also blamed Israel for the pager blast and said it would receive its fair punishment. So Hezbollah is a group in Lebanon, and they participate in the government. They're also a paramilitary group supported by Iran. So both Hezbollah and the Lebanese government are blaming Israel. The Lebanese government is also blaming Israel. Lebanon's information minister says the government condemned the detonation as an Israeli aggression. The Israeli military has still not commented on whether they were responsible for this. A Hezbollah official said the detonation of the pagers was the biggest security breach the group had been subjected to in nearly a year of conflict with Israel. Israel and the Iran-backed Hezbollah have been engaged in cross-border warfare since the Gaza war erupted last October, the worst such escalation in years. The wave of explosions of the pagers lasted around an hour after the initial detonations, which took place around 3:45 local time, around 4 hours ago. It was not immediately clear how the devices were detonated. The Lebanese Foreign Ministry, this is the Lebanese government, described the explosions as a dangerous and deliberate Israeli escalation, which it said had been accompanied by Israeli threats to expand the war towards Lebanon on a large scale. Lebanese internal security forces said a number of wireless communication devices were detonated across Lebanon, especially in Beirut's southern suburbs. The pagers that were detonated were the latest model brought in by Hezbollah in recent months, 3 security sources said. Many of those hurt included Hezbollah fighters who are the sons of top officials from the armed group, 2 security sources told Reuters. I'm hearing sirens. I'm seeing another ambulance there. I'm hearing more sirens still. Another ambulance. I'm not sure it's for this, but we've seen all these ambulances coming in. I know some of you have seen photos and videos. Reuters says that in one video, what appeared to be a small handheld device placed next to a grocery store cashier where an individual was paying spontaneously exploded. In other footage, an explosion appeared to knock someone out who was standing at a fruit stand. Hey, thank you to The Guardian 1 for your support and Walter Beasley. Walter says this is different. Thank you also, Senator Funstein and Minksy, for your support. The Wall Street Journal says the affected pagers were from a new shipment that the group received in recent days. A Hezbollah official told the Wall Street Journal hundreds of fighters had such devices, speculating that malware may have caused the devices to explode. The official said some people felt the pagers heat up and disposed of them before they burst. There's a quote from Michael Horowitz, too, which is interesting. More sirens, guys. Michael Horowitz, who is a security expert, I want to read you some of his analysis here. You can see Michael A. Horowitz at Michael H992. So Michael says there are conflicting report signs regarding the way this was carried out. Some reports claim the lithium batteries of the pager overheated and that a few of those targeted got rid of them before they detonated. On other videos and in other reports, messages are received just before the explosion, which may be part of the detonating mechanism or just a way to make sure targets are hit, and the report about a newer version of the pager being the one detonating points to more of a physical breach. So what Michael is saying is that he thinks that given that we're hearing reports that these pagers were of a relatively new shipment of pagers, maybe they physically had something in. You know, there's one possibility, which is the pagers are just regular pagers, but maybe Israel figured out how to, assuming it's Israel, maybe they figured out how to make the pagers act a certain way. But there's another possibility that these pagers were specially modified pagers that were modified to explode in some way. Michael also says that people he talked to suggested that we would have seen fire if the battery had overheated. Michael also has a post where he quoted somebody, Mehdi H. Michael is saying, Michael and Mehdi are both getting that there were small explosive charges in these pagers. Michael says, would be my guess too, and there are precedents, not at this scale though. So Mehdi H, who Michael quoted, I follow Michael at Michael 999, Michael at Michael H992. Michael's posted Mehdi's post, and Mehdi said, I have personally seen lithium batteries explosion. This level of destruction and level of people injuries seen in Lebanese hospitals doesn't match with lithium batteries explosion. More likely of small explosive charges. So did somehow, assuming it's Israel who did this, did somehow Israel manage to create these pagers that worked but had some kind of special modification in them and get those pagers shipped to Hezbollah in a way that Hezbollah didn't know they'd been messed with and distributed to Hezbollah fighters and Hezbollah members? I mean, think about that. Balco Bull says supply chain attack. Yeah, by the way, I don't understand why some people in the chat seem to have a real problem with this thought that Israel could have done this. I mean, it just, to me, that makes the most sense. That, I don't know for sure, but who else would have done it? Who else did it? And this idea, now, I guess in theory, it could have been a bad batch of pagers. In the history of pagers and phones, I've never heard of something like this happening. So, I mean, isn't that just the common sense thing to say? Isn't it just common sense to say, well, the most likely scenario here is it's Israel? I mean, this idea that it's like a crazy thing to say. It would also, Israel has not denied it yet, by the way. Israel could have come out and said, no, we definitely didn't do this. They haven't said that. But it just seems like common sense. It's the most likely thing. I didn't say they did it. But it just seems like the most likely thing. Israel has a history of carrying out, by the way, targeted assassinations with very sneaky, high-tech ways of doing it. So, come on now, people. I'm not saying it was definitely Israel. I don't know that. But just common sense would suggest that that is the most likely culprit. I mean, come on now. Really? Yeah, as Dinar says, come on, man. Thank you, by the way, to Dmitry Zaitsev. Dmitry says lithium batteries don't explode, they combust. Thank you, Dmitry Zaitsev. Thank you, Senator Funstein, Randy Hearn, Philip, Sean TV. Thank you, Sean TV. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Notorious Rob. We are bringing you live coverage. AFP is reporting that War Monitor says 14 wounded in Syria. So a smaller amount of people with Hezbollah have been reported injured in Syria in these pager explosions. Elontin writes to me and says, are there any statements from the manufacturer yet? I don't know who makes these pagers. I don't know where they get these pagers from. I don't know if they might be custom-made pagers if Hezbollah is using them. So I have no information on that at all. Doreen Burns says, when and where are the pagers built? I don't know where Hezbollah gets their pagers from. I mean, if Israel was able to compromise their pager supply And somehow, if Israel was able to say, if Israel was, say, able to create a big batch of pagers, hundreds or thousands of them, and somehow get them to Hezbollah, where Hezbollah thinks they're legit pagers coming from their regular supplier or something, I mean, just think of the intelligence operation that would involve.
وهذا ما لم نستطع أن ننقله على الهواء نتيجة الفيديوهات البشعة جدا، ويعني الإصابات بالغة لدرجة أنه لا يمكن نقلها على الهواء، وهذا ما رآه النائب مدحم خلف الذي كان أول النواب المصريين إلى هنا إلى الجامعة الأمريكية في بيروت.
Times of Israel reports that a UN spokesperson, United Nations spokesperson, says developments in Lebanon are extremely concerning, especially given the extremely volatile context. The UN spokesperson added the UN deplores any civilian casualties. HomeAware says it must have been quite a large explosion for nearly 3,000 people to be injured. Well, I mean, there's videos out there showing some of the explosions. They don't like blow up a building, but they're very forceful. They knock people to the ground. I showed you before some photos from AP of a car that had been a car in Lebanon. So remember this here? See the car on the right there? That's a car in which a handheld pager exploded. And you can see the damage to the windshield there. Let me show you those photos again. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Hang on a second. I'm pulling up the photos here. That is the car in Lebanon where a pager exploded inside the car. Again, those are from AP. And the videos, there's plenty of videos and photos out there. If you go to my X account, for example, I have reposted a bunch of them. My X account is pinned at the top of the chat. So you can, I can't show them on the air, but there's a number of videos showing these explosions. And they knock the people near the pager to the ground. So I'm just checking for updates here. But again, Hezbollah and the Lebanese government are both holding Israel responsible for this. Jesse Salem says, what about spies that infiltrate Hezbollah? Yeah, I mean, if these were compromised devices, I don't know, I don't know how they got to Hezbollah. I don't know if somebody working for Hezbollah is working for Israel. I have no idea. But somehow this happened. Yeah, the explosions started around 3:30 or 3:45, and Reuters said that the wave of explosions lasted around an hour. Thank you, Lucia Harizo. For your support. Also, PK. PK thinks the only other group that could pull this off is the U.S., and the desire to do that is probably not there. I'd bet my house Israel did this. I mean, I'm guessing there's other countries that have the capability to do something like this, but, you have to have the means. But also, I saw somebody post online, I forget who it was. I'll see if I can remember. But somebody made this point is that even if you know how to do something like this, there's various reasons you might not want to use it. And then once you use it, you can't do it again. So is this something that Israel maybe thought they had the capacity to do for a while? You hear that a lot about like cyber attacks. Like you might have a way to get into another country's computers and attack them, but once you use it, you can't really, they're going to figure out how you did it. So, not only assuming this was Israel, not only did they figure out how to do it, but they actually did it. So, that's probably, I would think, Hezbollah will take action to not have their pages be vulnerable in the future. Maybe they won't use pagers. I have no idea. But also, I think there's also this aspect of this, which is, so my point is, there might be other countries that are capable of doing something like this, but might not have the desire or figure the cost, the benefit would be worth the cost. I mean, Israel has a record of carrying out attacks on other countries as other countries attack it. But if you're like the U.S. or China or, the U.K. or whoever else, would you really want to do something like this? I mean, it has to make sense for you to do it. But certainly, this would be I'm not an expert, but it would seem like a highly sophisticated operation that requires a huge amount of resources and expertise to pull something like this off. Yeah, Chris Hodgson Another ambulance coming in, look. Our viewer Chris said, I was going to read Chris's quote to you. Chris said, mind-blowing something like this is able to be done. Scary stuff. Cause like there's the physical aspect of just doing whatever you need to do to, put explosives in the pagers or figure out how to remotely, signal them in a way or hack them. There's just the figuring out how to physically do it. But then there's the whole other intelligence aspect, which is you might know how to do it, but you have to do it in a way that Hezbollah will actually use these pagers and distribute them to their members, which is a whole intelligence thing. Either of those just seem like, enormously challenging and sophisticated. Either of those aspects to me. Now, I'm not an expert, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it seems like to me. Dirk of the Blaze says, don't underestimate Israeli intelligence. Bob Gable thinks they intercepted a shipment. Kelly says you could swap a shipment. Again, I don't know how this happened, but it happened somehow. Yeah, Michael Horowitz, who I follow, at MichaelH992 on X, he was actually quoted in the Wall Street Journal. And Michael said that he thinks the cause... He said he offered a couple possibilities for the cause. He said the cause was a charge placed in the devices and detonated remotely, or malware that caused the pager's batteries to overheat. Michael says, either way, this is a very sophisticated attack, he said, particularly if it's a physical breach, as this would mean Israel has access to the producer of those devices. This may be part of the message being sent here. Again, that's from Michael Horowitz in the Wall Street Journal. If you want to follow Michael, you can find him on X at MichaelH992. He is a geopolitical analyst. And then Michael also reposted a post by this person, Louis Sage Passant, who is a private sector intelligence professional who teaches at a college in Paris. And he said, if not a hack, then a deep penetration of such a closely held supply chain is impressive and will almost certainly provoke urgent review of all other recent acquisitions, disrupting command, control, and confidence. Yeah, so what he's saying is, what else has Hezbollah bought recently? What other technology have they brought in recently? Could be technology of all kinds. By the way, I'm going to post an X post from Faytuck's News where he posted 2 videos of the pager exploding. You might have seen these already. I can't show them on the air, but I'll post a link to Faytuck's News' post. I just posted in the chat where he posted 2 different videos of the pagers exploding. One like in a store and one in like a grocery, it looks like. You know, in both of those videos that Faye Tux posted, the person who had the pager looks like they fall to the ground and they look like they're definitely injured, but there's not widespread damage. You don't see widespread damage around them. So it's like, you know, it certainly looks like something that could have hurt people nearby, but it's not something that would blow up a building or even blow up a room or even, you know, blow up a lot of physical objects once you get far enough away. But certainly something which appears that could really hurt or kill people holding them or close by. Oh, you might have heard some, you know what? I think you might have heard some sound from a video. I was playing one of the videos. I wasn't showing it, so you might have heard the sound from that. I didn't hear it, but I didn't have my sound up, so I'm sorry if you heard that. But there's a bunch of photos around of people hurt, people on the ground, people with blood on their pants. Thank you to Jack for your support. Also, I can't read the name. On YouTube, our member who says, sounds like a supply chain intercept by Israel. Thank you, Ohio Rando, who says maybe Hezbollah was planning an attack, so Israel disrupted it. That I have no idea. Maybe attack was imminent. I have no idea. That's what Ohio Rando says. Would I call it terrorism? I'm not going to start weighing in on that stuff. It would depend on how you define terrorism. I leave that up to you to decide what to think about this, if you think that Israel did this. I mean, as I said, it would seem to me that it would be by far the most likely scenario that Israel did it. More sirens, another ambulance coming in. David says, oh, hold on a second. 2 more ambulances. Another ambulance. When we were looking at the footage earlier, there were lots of ambulances showing up, and that was hours after the explosions. One of our viewers said, like, if they can do it to a pager, they can do it to a phone. Yeah, and again, I don't know. Look, if it turns out it was some kind of physical explosive put in the pagers, well, then you could do that to anything, if it's just a physical thing. Although you need to have a way, I will say this, even if it was some sort of physical explosive put in the actual pagers, you need to have a way to have it go off at a certain time. These all went off roughly around the same time. How were they detonated if it was some kind of physical explosive? Were they remotely detonated? Were they, were they connected to the pager somehow such that when a certain message was sent, they went off? I have no idea. Guayron says, most important question is why now? I've seen some speculation that this was meant to send some sort of message to Hezbollah. I mean, is this the kind of thing that Israel did once they figured out how to do it? Or has Israel been sitting on this? Has Israel known how to do this for a while and they were sitting on it and finally decided to do it now? It's a good question. If they did it.
حازم. لم أعد أسمعك حازم، الاتصال انقطع. حازم إن كنت تسمعني الاتصال معكم انقطع، ولكن إذا بعد هذا الاستهداف واحدة من الآن وقبلها بقليل بأقل من دقيقة وصلت سيارة إسعاف أخرى. الجديد هو أنه اليوم في لبنان هناك 100 مستشفى تعمل في هذا الوقت الحالي.
The New York Times says the wave of explosions left many people in Beirut in a state of confusion and shock. Witnesses reported seeing smoke coming from people's pockets, followed by small blasts that sounded like fireworks or gunshots. Amateur footage showed chaotic scenes at hospitals as wounded patients with mangled hands and burn injuries sought treatment. The New York Times said several officials told them that the operation targeted hundreds of pagers belonging to Hezbollah, who has used such devices for years to make it harder for their messages to be intercepted. The New York Times says that the devices were programmed to beep for several seconds before exploding. I don't know if that's true. The New York Times also says the blasts appear to be the latest salvo in the 11th-month conflict between Israel and Hezbollah.
وزير الخارجية عبد الله أبو حبيب ووزير الصحة فراس الأبيض تلقيا اتصالين هاتفيين من نظيريهما الإيرانيين وأدنا هذا الاعتراف.
Oh, AP just updated their article. Let me give you a little update from AP. AP says at least 9 did. So Associated, let me read you guys this Associated Press update. Associated Press says hundreds of handheld pagers, hundreds of them, hundreds of handheld pagers exploded near simultaneously in parts of Lebanon and Syria on Tuesday, killing at least 9 people, including members of the militant group Hezbollah and a young girl, and wounding several thousand, officials said. They pointed the finger at Israel in what appeared to be a sophisticated remote attack. We just saw another ambulance go by. Among those wounded were Iran's ambassador to Lebanon. The mysterious incident came amid rising tensions between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah, which have exchanged fire across the Israel-Lebanon border since the October 7th attack by Hamas that sparked the war in Gaza. The pagers that exploded had been newly acquired by Hezbollah after the group's leader ordered members to stop using cell phones, warning they could be tracked by Israeli intelligence. A Hezbollah official told the Associated Press the pagers were a new brand the group had not used before. Did you hear that, guys? Wow. A Hezbollah official told the Associated Press the pagers were a new brand the group had not used before. Is that true? Wow. That's what AP is saying. Is that really true? AP reports that at about 3:30 p.m. local time, pagers started heating up and then exploding in the pockets and hands of those carrying them. The AP reached out to Israel's military, which declined to comment. The explosions came hours after Israel's internal security agency said it had foiled an attempt by Hezbollah to kill a former senior Israeli security official using a planted explosive device that could be remotely detonated. Experts said the pager explosions showed signs of being a long-planned operation, though the means were not immediately known. Investigators had no immediate word on how the pagers were detonated or if explosives had somehow been sneaked into each pager. Whatever the means, says AP, it targeted an extraordinary breadth of people with hundreds of small explosions all at once, wherever the pager carrier happened to be, that left some maimed. One video circulating online showed a man picking through produce at a grocery store when the bag he's carrying at his hip explodes, sending him sprawling to the ground and bystanders running. AP photographers at area hospitals said the emergency rooms were overloaded with patients. Some had missing hands or chunks blown out of their legs near the pocket area. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lebanon's health minister said at least 9 people were killed and 2,750 wounded, 200 of them critically by the explosions. So AP is reporting 9 dead. Most had injuries in the face, hand, or around the abdomen. I'm going to leave it at 8 because I haven't seen the 9 anywhere else. Both Hezbollah and the Lebanese government are saying that Israel was responsible. The Iranian ambassador to Lebanon was lightly injured by an exploding pager, said Iranian state news. We might be losing this stream here. Let's see. Or is it going to pause for a second? I might have this stream from AFP too. I have a backup of this stream if this one pauses. Oh, nope, it's still there. Still there. AP says previously the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah had warned Hezbollah's members not to carry cell phones, saying they could be used by Israel to track their movements and to carry out targeted strikes. Oh, I have an update from an expert. This is from Associated Press. The images seen today showed signs of detonation, said Alex Plitzis, a weapons expert at the Atlantic Council. A lithium-ion battery fire is one thing, but I've never seen one explode like that. It looks like a small explosive charge, said this expert that AP talked to. He thinks it's a small explosive charge. I've seen a number of experts say that. Some of our viewers believe that as well. I have some more expert commentary here from AP as well. All right, so again, AP says the images seen today showed signs of detonation, said Alex Plitzis, a weapons expert at the Atlantic Council. A lithium-ion battery fire is one thing, but I've never seen one explode like that. It looks like a small explosive charge, he said. That raises the possibility that Israel was aware of a shipment of pagers heading to Hezbollah and managed to modify the pagers before delivery, he said. Another possibility is an electronic pulse that was sent from afar and burnt the devices and caused their explosion, said Yehoshua Kaliski, a scientist and senior researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies, a Tel Aviv think tank. It is not some random action. It was deliberate and known. So this other possibility, this expert said, was an electronic pulse sent from afar that burnt the devices and caused their explosion. AP says Israel has a long history of carrying out deadly operations behind enemy lines. Remember, in July, a leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, one of Hamas's top leaders, their top political leader, died in a mysterious explosion in Iran when he was visiting Iran in his room. That was in July. AP says Israel has killed Hamas militants. This is Hezbollah. Israel has killed Hamas militants in the past with booby-trapped cell phones, and it's widely believed to have been behind the Stuxnet computer virus attack on Iran's nuclear program in 2010. The explosions today came at a time of heightened tensions between Lebanon and Israel. Hezbollah and Israeli forces have been clashing near daily for more than 11 months against the backdrop of war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas, a Hezbollah ally that is also backed by Iran. Those clashes between Israel and Hezbollah on the border have killed hundreds in Lebanon and dozens in Israel and displaced tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border. Today, Israel said that halting Hezbollah's attacks in the north to allow residents to return to their homes is now an official war goal. There's been speculation floating around that Israel may soon conduct a major military operation to clear Hezbollah out from near the border, which would be a big military operation. Hasn't happened yet. We'll see if it does happen. But this happens in that this apparent pagers exploding attack happens in that context. Oops, sorry. Hold on a second here. I accidentally timed somebody out. Sorry for the accidental timeout. I made it a 10-second timeout. You'll be back in 10 seconds. Just crazy. RSK North, thank you, says, what is Hezbollah? Hezbollah is a militant group and political party, which is supported by Iran, largely funded by Iran, and they are anti-Israel, and they have a role in the Lebanese government. You can see here from Congressional Research Service in the U.S., it's a nonpartisan research, government research organization which produces reports for Congress. They say Hezbollah is an Iran-backed Lebanese Shia militia and U.S.-designated foreign terrorist organization. They're also a political party. They are an Iranian partner force helping Tehran project power across the region. They also help Iran train allied militias and threaten U.S. interests and allies across the region. Formed in the wake of the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, the group has conducted numerous attacks against Israeli and Western targets. For nearly 2 decades, their stated objective was to drive Israeli forces from southern Lebanon. Hezbollah has participated in Lebanese elections since 1992. Another report from Congressional Research Service says Hezbollah operates in Lebanon as a militia force, a political party, and a social services provider. Iran's government provides Hezbollah with most of its funding, training, weapons, and explosives, as well as political, diplomatic, monetary, and organization aid. Hezbollah is arguably the most capable of the Iran-backed groups in the Middle East and has repeatedly threatened and engaged in combat with Israel. Wikipedia says Hezbollah is a Lebanese Shia Islamist political party and paramilitary group. It was established primarily to fight the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon. It has very close ties to Iran. It is also a participant in the Lebanese government. Thank you again, RSK Nor, for your support. Also, Ryan E. and Mr. Hammond and Alan J. Mackey, who thinks Israel intercepted and modified pagers. Maybe they substituted in a shipment. I have no idea. Seen maybe a little bit calmer at that hospital right now. It is 8:24 p.m. there. Thanks, GoGoFo, for your support on Twitch. Also, thank you to all of our moderators who have been here. David Green, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah and Papa Bear over there on Twitch, on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body has been over there moderating. Thank you so much, Kay. Also, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Our Facebook viewer and subscriber Diane Allworth says the scale of this operation is mind-blowing. Hundreds of pagers reportedly exploded, if not thousands. Over thousands reported injured. And thanks to Ruth Krafasi moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you. And all of our other YouTube moderators. Some of our viewers mentioned that the Israeli Defense Forces posted a statement 11 minutes ago. Thanks for writing in about that. The statement here that's translated, it's a translated statement into English. The Chief of Staff, Major General Herzi Halevi, held a situation assessment this evening with the participation of the General Staff Forum with an emphasis on preparedness in attack and defense in all arenas. The IDF spokesman wishes to clarify that at this stage there's no change in the directives of the Home Front Command. Vigilance must continue to be maintained and any change in policy will be updated immediately. So it doesn't even specifically mention the phones, the pagers explosion thing, but it seems like it's a way to say we haven't that we're aware that there could be some kind of response and we'll let you know if you need to do anything about it. That's what it seems to be saying. Our viewer, Deshark, sent me an article from Sky News, where Sky News interviewed an expert on military armaments who said that the speed of the explosions suggests the pagers were tampered with at some point during assembly or on the production supply chain. But another possibility was that Israel was able to access the devices remotely, causing them to overheat and ignite. But he, like some other experts, says, the expert Sky News talked to, said that a pager battery was unlikely to be able to overheat quickly enough to cause this kind of damage. The expert also told Sky News the attack could have been months or years in the making. And the expert points out, like others have, that now Israel can't use this attack again. The expert told Sky News that he thought either there was something imminent that made them think they needed to use this now, or that maybe they wanted to disrupt communication. But yeah, so I mean, you know, as one of our viewers said, why do this now? So if you're Israel, I mean, did Israel have a choice on when to do this? I mean, or maybe it's just something they were waiting to do when the opportunity came up. I don't know, but you might wonder, is there a specific reason they did this now? Thanks to Shark for sending that in. No, Israel has not taken responsibility. They've had no comment on this. If you want to read about it, John Wick's dog sent me an article on Wikipedia which talks about the chief bomb maker of Hamas, Yahya Ayash, who, according to Wikipedia, was assassinated in 1995 when Israeli agents gave him a cell phone with explosives in it. Sorry, was it him they gave it to, or did they give it to somebody else? Maybe they gave it to somebody else. The story is that, no, they gave somebody else the phone. And he gave the phone. Somehow that phone got passed to the person they were trying to kill. And then when that person answered the phone, an Israeli plane picked up their conversation and relayed to an Israeli command post. When it was confirmed it was him on the phone detonated. Anyways, if you want to read about this, it's an example of purportedly an example of Israel killing somebody by phone, by an exploding phone. I'll post the link to the chat. But thanks to our viewer for sending that in. Sorry. Where is the... That was in 1995. There is a State Department briefing starting shortly, guys. So I would assume maybe this will be talked about in the State Department briefing. One of our viewers mentioned that. Thanks for mentioning it. It hasn't started yet. So maybe we can check that out when it starts. I'll keep an eye on it. Guy Elster, who I follow, with Walla News, says Lebanon will close schools tomorrow. Yes, I am seeing this reported multiple places now. Another ambulance here. Another ambulance. I don't know if this is related. Al Mayadeen reports that the Lebanese parliament speaker said what Israel did this afternoon not only amounts to a massacre, but is also a war crime. Yeah, multiple outlets online are saying that there's no school in Lebanon tomorrow. I haven't seen it confirmed, but multiple reports of that I'm seeing. Yes, NBN Lebanon, which is a news company, they also report that the Minister of Education of Lebanon says high schools, institutes, the Lebanese University, and all educational institutions will be closed tomorrow in Lebanon. Oh, that's sorry. It's a news channel in Lebanon. I'd like to show you the start of that Department of State press briefing, but it hasn't started yet. Oh, it's delayed. The State Department briefing is not starting until 1:40. Oh, no, 9 minutes. It starts in 9 minutes, the State Department briefing. I don't know if they'll say much about this. I can't imagine the State Department will start coming out and saying, oh, yeah, we know who did this. Thanks so much to Scott Tesaro. I appreciate your support. Scott Tesaro, thank you. And Zanti Misfit. Is it considered a cyber attack? It would depend on how you define. First of all, we don't know exactly how this was carried out. And it would depend on how you define cyber attack. But we don't know how this was carried out. Was there something put in the phones before Hezbollah got them? Did it involve some kind of computer, code or some remote signal? We just don't know. Scott Tesaro says maybe there's an explosive in the pagers to destroy the device in the event it fell into enemy hands. I don't know if these explosions It's an interesting thought. Did the explosions take advantage of anything that would already be in the pager? It's a good question. I'm not sure. Even if something had been added to the pager, you could have it take advantage of stuff that's already in the pager. So there's supposed to be State Department, U.S. State Department briefing in 7 minutes. So I'd like to see the start of that briefing. I assume this will be talked about. Jock said people said they saw an incoming coded script message before the explosions. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I haven't read that in the reports I've read. Maybe they did, maybe some did. It's not clear whether everyone had a similar experience before these explosions happened. Maybe some did. Iran has condemned the pager explosions, says AP. Iran's foreign minister has sharply condemned what he and other officials say was an Israeli attack in which hundreds of pagers exploded across Lebanon and parts of Syria. The Iran state-run news agency said this. The explosions occurred in the suburbs of Beirut and other areas that are strongholds of Iran-backed Hezbollah. Lebanon's foreign ministry has called this an Israeli cyber attack in which hundreds of handheld pagers exploded. In 5 minutes, the U.S. State Department is giving its daily briefing. Stephen Beale says, what a weird story. It's really crazy. A lot of people got injured and killed. I mean, 8 dead, but many, many serious injuries. Many serious injuries. Thanks to GoGoFo for subscribing on Twitch. I think I might have thanked GoGoFo before, but I'll thank GoGoFo again. Again, waiting for the State Department briefing to start. Times of Israel says the IDF statement discussed readiness for attack and defense without specifically mentioning the pager attack. This happened around 3:30, 3:45 in the afternoon. Reuters reports the explosions lasted for like around an hour. Multiple outlets say that this is a batch of pagers which Hezbollah recently obtained, like a new batch. AP cited someone who told them that this was a new brand that they had not used before. The daily press briefing is supposed to start in 2 minutes, State Department. So in a minute or so, the U.S. State Department briefing is supposed to happen. So I'm going to put that up when it starts so we can see what the U.S. government, what they're going to say, if anything. Appreciate you joining our coverage. Look, certainly thoughts with everybody who was injured and killed. I don't know specifically who they all are, but more death and injuries in Middle East conflict. Sly Tomato says they are terrorists. I can't speak to specifically who they were. Again, still any moment now we're expecting the State Department press briefing. The press briefing is supposed to start at any moment. So it just hasn't started yet. As soon as it starts, I'll put it up on the screen. I don't know, Cindy, who exactly was injured. I have to imagine that some people were injured who were just bystanders, just from the videos I've seen. I would not be surprised if some of the injured are bystanders. You know, if you were standing next to somebody who was holding a pager, for example, if the person had a pager and they put it down on a table in front of you or something. So I have to imagine there's at least some people who were injured who are not people who actually the pagers belong to. You know, Hezbollah claimed that a girl got killed. I can't verify that, but if you just, again, if you look at the videos, that would only just make sense. That, oh, hold on, the presser's starting, presser's starting, presser's starting. Oops, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
The apparent assassination attempt of former President Trump over the weekend. Did he ever come to the State Department's attention when he was in
This is the State
Kyiv,
Department
advocating
briefing.
on behalf
We'll see if anybody asks about. I assume somebody will ask
and,
about this the thing in Lebanon.
Afghan citizens, and when I say come to attention, did he register with the embassy while he was there, as you asked or suggest that people should do, or was he? Did people bring him to your attention, or did he have any? Did he make any contact with embassy officials?
Yeah, I will. I'll have to go back and check the answer whether he registered, whether he had any contact with the embassy officials. I'm not aware either in either case. Obviously, we do ask people to register. Sometimes embassies are aware of people traveling inside a country, especially if those people are doing media interviews and otherwise being high profile, even if they don't register with the department. But I'll have to go back and check and see.
So you don't know the answer to
I don't. I can check.
Okay. Thanks.
Can you go to Lebanon?
Sure.
Well, just to begin with, in general, what does the U.S. know about what happened? There have been a series of deaths and injuries, apparently, from exploiting pagers. Was the U.S. have any knowledge? What does it know now, and when did it know about what has happened?
So we are gathering information on this incident. I can tell you that the U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. was not aware of this incident in advance, and at this point, we're gathering information.
And what information have you gathered so far?
We'll continue to collect information. I don't have any public readout to give now, but we're collecting information in the same way that journalists are across the world to gather the facts about what might have happened.
Obviously, it doesn't take much guesswork who the most likely culprit would be in terms of doing this, in terms of who the enemy of Hezbollah is. Do you have any indications that to doubt that it would be Israel that was behind the...
I don't have any assessment to offer one way or other at this point.
And I know you're saying that, but in terms of what this means, I mean, there's been for a number of weeks the talk of dialing down, or at least not having a retaliation from Iran over, sort of a tit for tat, if you will. How does this play into it? Is there any message that you're sending to Israel in terms of what to do next, or to Iran, to Hezbollah, in terms of how to respond to this?
So I never want to either comment or speculate about the impact of any one incident, especially in the early stages of an incident, and I'm not going to do so here. That's been our consistent policy to try and avoid doing. I will say that our overall policy remains consistent, which is we do want to see a diplomatic resolution to the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. We want to see one that allows the tens of thousands of Israelis who've been displaced from their homes and the tens of thousands of Lebanese who have been displaced from their homes to be able to return home, and that's what we are continuing to pursue.
I'll let others take.
Yeah, Mara.
Just a couple of follow-ups on that, Matt. So how concerned are you about escalation now after this attack?
So again, I don't want to draw any specific conclusions about this incident yet or speculate about what might happen from them. I will say that, of course, since October 7th, we have seen any number of incidents that have led to the heightened risk of escalation. That has been a feature of the conflict across the blue line since October 7th. And so we are always concerned about escalation. We are always concerned about any type of event that may cause further escalation. And it remains our message to both Israel and to other parties that they need to do everything they can to try and reach a diplomatic resolution. That said, we go back to the fundamental, I know people get tired of hearing me say this, we go back to the fundamental issue we face here, which is very, very difficult to get a diplomatic resolution in the north absent a resolution to the conflict in Gaza, absent a ceasefire in Gaza, which is why we continue to push for that ceasefire, because we think it'll help make it much easier to reach a resolution.
So how do you see this incident impact the Gaza ceasefire talks then?
I think it's too early to say. Look, this is an incident that just occurred in the past few hours. We're continuing to gather information about it. I wouldn't want to speculate or make any predictions about what might happen.
A couple of things more. Hezbollah has accused Israel of sort of launching this attack. You said you were gathering information. Is there anything in that information that would lead you to sort of reject that accusation?
I just don't want to offer any type of assessment on this incident one way or the other at this point.
Are you trying to make an assessment, though? Like, in your gathering of information, are you going to be able to offer an assessment tomorrow or the next day? Or is the United States going to be completely like, this has nothing to do with me, I'm not going to offer?
We are continuing to gather information, and when we have something to say about it, we will certainly say it, but not before then.
Okay, one final thing. Regardless of this incident, although it's a little bit hard to sort of leave that aside right now, but over the past couple of days, we have heard Prime Minister Netanyahu especially talk about how unsustainable it is in north, in the border. And last night, the cabinet basically said military action would be needed to allow thousands of residents to go back to their homes. They've effectively expanded the objectives of the war. So does the United States see military action from Israel more likely in light of that?
So we agree that it is unsustainable for tens of thousands of Israeli families to be displaced from their homes, just as it is unsustainable for tens of thousands of Lebanese families to be displaced from their homes. All of them need to be able to return home. So then you go to the question of what's the best way to achieve them being able to return to their homes. And it is our judgment that a diplomatic solution is the best way to get them back to their homes. Because if you look at what a military conflict would entail, it's hard to see how that gets those families on either side of their border back to their homes quickly. So that's why we continue to push we continue to push for a diplomatic resolution of this conflict.
Follow up on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I follow up that? You say you're gathering information. How are you gathering that information? Do you expect to have an independent U.S. assessment to follow on Humera's question?
So I don't want to prejudge what we'll say in the days to come. I can tell you what we're doing right now is gathering information through all of the ways in which we usually gather information.
And have you been in touch with any Lebanese or Israeli officials?
I can't read out every contact that we've had in the last couple of hours. It's only been a couple of hours since this incident happened, but of course we're gathering information through diplomatic channels as well as other channels about this incident.
There are reports that the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon was also injured in this attack incident. Are you concerned about Iran taking advantage of this?
So we've seen those reports.
Have you seen any indications that they plan to?
First of all, apologies for interrupting in the middle of the question. I've seen the reports. I don't want to speak to what the implications might be before a report is confirmed, but certainly, as is always the case, we would urge Iran not to take advantage of any incident, any instability, to try to add further instability and to further increase tensions in the region. That has been our message to Iran since October 7th. Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up, and you offered a line on it, but just to make sure it's airtight. So the U.S. was in no way involved in terms of supporting this operation, offering intelligence. In no way was the U.S.
Correct.
Involved. Okay, and no part of the U.S. government, I understand you speak only for this department, but such disclaimers have been offered from state before. You were not given a heads up.
We were not aware of this incident, no.
Okay, on ceasefire talks, is the expectation still that a renewed bridging proposal is expected to arrive this week?
So I have not put a timetable on that. I think I was asked about this a number of times yesterday, and I said I'm not going to put a timetable on when we might put forward a further proposal.
All right, I'll wait. He might be done talking about it. I mean, I don't think we're going to get much more. Maybe I'll wait till the next person answers the question. But, I mean, you heard what he said. He said that the U.S. was not aware of this in advance. The U.S. was not involved in it. The U.S. is gathering information on it. The U.S. is not in a position right now to assess who did this or how it happened. So, I don't expect any real big information out of this briefing more on the pagers explosions incident, but maybe I'll wait to see if the next person asks about
It's
it.
the work that we're doing with our Egyptian and Qatari partners this week.
Are the Qataris involved? Because I understand that the Secretary is in Cairo specifically speaking on discrete topics with the Egyptians, but are the Qataris and Israelis going to be looped in as part of these discussions?
We
or
are, so the secretaries in Egypt having bilateral meetings with Egypt, but we continue to discuss on a daily basis this process with the Qataris, as well as in a different format with the Israelis. The Israelis are obviously not a mediator, so we don't have the same types of discussions with them as we do with Egypt and Qatar, but we do continue to have discussions about this with all of those parties.
I have one more on Ukraine for later.
Yeah, Hiba, go ahead.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do.
I know.
Guys, what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to keep the coverage
We
going,
don't know the accurate of what
and
Lebanon.
I think a lot of that's not going to be about this. There is that, there is the hospital in there's a hospital in Beirut there. So I want to do some more coverage of this. I need to take a few minute break and just eat something real quick, maybe about 5 minutes or so. So I'm going to leave the stream up, and I'm going to put something on the on the screen that says Steve will be back in a few minutes. Okay? So, no, I'm not doing a big meal or anything right now, just a quick snack. And then we'll come back and we'll take some more questions from you and stuff and comments. So I do want to do some more coverage of this, but give me a couple minutes to just do this, and we'll go from there. Hang on a second here. Turn the volume up. Right. So give me a couple minutes. I'll come back. I'm just going to take a quick break here, and we'll have some more coverage shortly.
مايكروفون حسين. ايه يلا شباب يلا انا معك. واحد اثنين ثلاثة واحد اثنين ثلاثة واحد واحد واحد. أنا ريت حل شوي واحد اثنين ثلاثة واحد اثنين ثلاثة. يلا طلعونا اجت اسعاف يلا طلعونا اجت اسعاف. شباب 200. المستشفيات عدد الإصابات تخطى 3000 والبعض يتحدث عن 3500 إصابة، وهذا الأمر مبرر كون الهجوم كبير والهجوم متزامن. هذا الهجوم المتزامن هو كبير وطال المئات من عناصر حزب الله ممن كانوا يحملون هذه الأجهزة اللاسلكية. الرئيس نبيه بري علق على هذا الحادث الخطير ووصفه بالعدوان الإسرائيلي الذي استهدف لبنان، وقال بأنه ما أقدمت عليه إسرائيل عصر اليوم هو ليس لا يرقى إلى مستوى الرجل فحسب، إنما هو جريمة حرب، وإذا استمرت إسرائيل على هذا النحو من التفلت والإجرام فهي آخذة الملتقى والأمن والاستقرار الإقليميين بشكل مستطيل. أيضا رئيس الحكومة رشيد ميقاتي تلقى اتصال وزير الخارجية الأردني والذي أعلن تضامنه مع لبنان، وأيضا أبدأ استعداده لإرسال المساعدات الطبية، وتحدث عن ضرورة تطبيق الإسلامية من أجل الاستقرار في المنطقة وكذلك الأمر. المعلومات التي كانت تتحدث عنها ونشر أن الرئيس عبد الله قتل في هذا الوكالية غير صحيحة، فنسيبت عن حتى نهاية العام هي تسعى الضبط وزير التربية على التأكيد غدا إلى مدارس في لبنان بحسب ما أعلن وزير التربية إلى مدارس وجامعات اعتدادا على وأيضا كما حسب الأطباء داخل الجامعة وحسب ما رأيناه من الإصابات في الوجه كأن بشكل كامل يعد هناك وجوه بعد الشتات، رأينا وجوه مصابة بشكل كبير مخيف، أصابع كسرت أيدي مشوهة بشكل مخيف، يعني أصابع مكسورة، أيدي قاصرة، إصابات قاصرة. هناك حفر في إحدى قاصرة في قاصرة بعض الأشخاص الذين يتم تداول الفيديوهات.
Thanks for your patience, everyone. I appreciate it. All right, so hold on a second here. We have been covering this really crazy story where thousands of people in Lebanon have been injured and several killed when reportedly hundreds of pagers of Hezbollah members exploded around the same time. So we've been bringing you updates. Let me try to get you some more updates here. Hang on one moment here. Let me just show you, for people who don't know what a pager is. Ambulance is still coming in. I don't know if these ambulances are, I assume they're related to the pager explosions, but I can't confirm that. But big crowd outside this hospital here in Beirut. A pager, Wikipedia says, is a wireless telecommunications device that receives and displays alphanumeric or voice messages. There are one-way and two-way pagers. That's a photo from Themo Shuf on Wikipedia of an example of what a pager looks like. They were more popular in the 1980s and 1990s and 2000s. But still used in some places. And by some groups. By the way, thanks to Pineapple Water, our new member. So let me give you an update here on what is going on. Oh, there's a bit of an update in the Washington Post article. Let me check that out. So the Washington Post has, their article says, thousands injured in Lebanon as pagers used by Hezbollah explode. Thousands of people were injured across Lebanon on Tuesday when electronic pagers used by Hezbollah, the militant group Hezbollah, simultaneously exploded. Reuters said they exploded over the course of around an hour, but a lot of them exploded around the same time. In what experts said may have been an unprecedented attack by Israel that possibly involved sabotaging the devices before they were delivered. Again, it's in what experts say may have been an unprecedented attack by Israel that possibly involved sabotaging the devices before they were delivered. A small amount exploded in Syria that Hezbollah members had there, reportedly. A member of Hezbollah shared a voice message with the Washington Post that said, "Each one who you received a new pager, throw it away." Hezbollah members are now being told to throw their pagers away. At least 2,800 people were injured across the country, mostly with wounds to the face, hands, or stomach, said the health minister. At least 9 people were reported killed. Okay, so I've seen now 2 articles say 9 people dead, so I'm going to change my headline on that. Give me a moment here. So 9 people is the current number I'm seeing reported killed. Thousands injured. Hang on, getting back to that Washington Post article. Health officials reported chaotic scenes at hospitals. You're looking at the outside of a hospital right here in Beirut. We're still, hours after. We're now about 6 hours after the explosions happened. Still, we are seeing a bunch of ambulances coming in. More ambulances. I gotta assume some of these are associated with this apparent attack, but still seeing them. Two more just came in. Health officials reported chaotic scenes at hospitals as ambulances poured in and facilities were overrun. Casualties were reported in Beirut, the capital, towns in southern Lebanon near the border with Israel, in the coastal city of Tyre, and in the northern part of the country, basically throughout Lebanon. The Ministry of Public Health said hospitals were being placed on maximum alert and requested that all citizens who own wireless communication devices stay away from them. Health workers were directed to go to work to provide emergency treatment, and appeals were being made for blood donations. Hezbollah, in back-to-back statements, said unspecified numbers of pagers owned by employees in various Hezbollah units and institutions exploded around 3:30 p.m. And in a subsequent statement, they said they blamed Israel. They said, we hold the Israeli enemy fully responsible for this criminal aggression that also targeted civilians and led to the martyrdom of a number of people. Videos posted on social media. By the way, I have posted a number of photos and videos on my X account. My X account is pinned to the top of the chat. If you go there and scroll down, you can see some of the photos and videos. I can't show them on the air. They're graphic, some of them. But there are photos and videos of people injured and also of some of the actual explosions. Videos posted on social media showed what appeared to be pagers heavily damaged by explosions and instances in which the devices appeared to explode in shops while being carried by their owners. Videos of hospitals showed people with severe injuries with missing fingers or deep gashes to their body, including badly injured children. Oh, outside of this hospital that you're looking at, the American University of Beirut Medical Center, a doctor said at least 120 injured people were brought to the hospital. Bloodied bandages could be seen outside the hospital as at least 20 ambulances arrived early Tuesday evening. An elderly woman, apparently unconscious with cuts and burns, was wheeled to an ambulance so she could be transferred to another hospital. Tensions between Israel and Hezbollah have soared following months of tit-for-tat strikes across the Lebanese-Israeli border. Tens of thousands of people have been displaced in both countries. Israeli officials this week said their military was ready to take action against Hezbollah, signaling that diplomatic efforts to prevent an all-out war have run their course. The Israeli Defense Forces declined to comment today on whether it was responsible for the pager explosions. Washington Post also talked to an expert, too, who said, the Post says, Emily Harding, Deputy Director of the International Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, said that while much remains unknown, it is likely that Israel infiltrated the supply chain that Hezbollah uses for pagers, finding a way to physically rig them. Although a cyber attack is possible, she said, it is unlikely given the extremely low-tech nature of the pagers, which Hezbollah members use in part to avoid digital surveillance. Since pagers cannot capture sound and don't have cameras, they present less of a risk than cell phones when it comes to surveillance of movements and meetings, she said. Dmitry Alperovich, chairman of Silverado Policy Accelerator, a national security think tank, said, this looks to be perhaps the most extensive physical supply chain attack in history, substituting imported devices with those containing explosives and triggering them all at the same time through some sort of command and control channel. How about that? So I'm going to read those quotes again. Let me just post something real quick. Give me 1 sec here, guys. Sorry. More ambulances in the area. So again, I want to read again this expert analysis in the Washington Post article. One expert they talked to, Washington Post talked to, Emily Harding, the deputy director of the International Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, said while much remains unknown, it is likely that Israel infiltrated the supply chain that Hezbollah uses for its pagers, finding a way to physically rig them. Although a cyber attack is possible, she said, it is unlikely given the extremely low-tech nature of the pagers, which Hezbollah members use in part to avoid digital surveillance. Since pagers cannot capture sound and don't have cameras, they present less of a risk than cell phones when it comes to surveillance of movements and meetings, she said. Also, I believe they don't have any kind of like GPS on them for tracking. Dmitry Alperovich, chairman of Silverado Policy Accelerator, a national security think tank, said, "This looks to be perhaps the most extensive physical supply chain attack in history, substituting imported devices with those containing explosives and triggering them all at the same time through some sort of command and control channel." How about that? Our viewer Rough Turn says, I agree they were probably tampered with. AP also had some expert analysis. This Associated Press article, Hezbollah hit by a wave of exploding pagers in Lebanon and Syria, at least 9 dead, thousands reported injured, actually. AP reports that previously the leader of Hezbollah had warned the group's members not to carry cell phones, saying that cell phones could be used by Israel to track their movements and to carry out targeted strikes. An expert that AP talked to, Alex Plitzis, a weapons expert at the Atlantic Council, said, a lithium-ion battery fire is one thing, but I've never seen one explode like that. It looks like a small explosive charge, he said. Apparently he watched videos of it. He said this raises the possibility that Israel was aware of a shipment of pagers heading to Hezbollah and managed to modify the pagers before delivery, he said. Another possibility raised by a different expert that AP talked to, Yehoshua Kaliski, a scientist and senior researcher at the Institute for the National Security Studies, a Tel Aviv think tank. Another possibility this other expert mentioned was an electronic pulse that was sent from afar and burnt the devices and caused their explosion. That expert said it is not some random action, it was deliberate and known. Another ambulance there. AP says, whatever the means, it targeted an extraordinary breadth of people with hundreds of small explosions all at once, wherever the pager carrier happened to be, that left some maimed. One video circulating online showed a man picking through produce at a grocery store when the bag he's carrying at his hip explodes, sending him sprawling to the ground and bystanders running. AP photographers at some area hospitals said the emergency rooms were overloaded with patients. Some had missing hands or chunks blown out of their legs near the pocket area. The AP says experts said the pager explosions showed signs of being a long-planned operation, though the means were not immediately known. Investigators had no immediate word on how the pagers were detonated or if explosives had somehow been sneaked into each pager. Thank you, Zonti Misfit. Zonti says, do pagers have an internal clock? I would think they might, but I don't know for sure. I mean, I'm looking at a picture of a pager on Wikipedia that does have a clock on it, so which would suggest it has some kind of clock, or it's getting a signal with a clock on it. But I don't know if these were timed. I don't know the exact mechanism by which these were set off. Agrajog TV says yes. Thank you, Zonti Misfit and Garrett P for your support. Melanie Cornelius, pineapple water. Garrett says they must have found an exploit in the code of the pager since they are old and can't be updated. It's not even clear that this even involved code. I mean, it's possible that there's, as one of the articles said, that it was some explosive that was somehow remotely detonated. I don't know. Maybe it was somehow done in a way that they didn't even have to mess with the internal programming of the pagers. I honestly, but I just don't know. So I don't know if this was something. I mean, I could just. It's not really helpful if I speculate because I'm not an expert. But you could imagine there being different ways that you might remotely set something off. I don't know if the pagers all received a message or not before they exploded or what. We don't know. Reuters says Hezbollah vows to punish Israel after pager blasts kill 8, injure thousands across Lebanon. The Lebanese information minister called this an Israeli aggression. Hezbollah said Israel would receive its fair punishment for the blasts. The Israeli military has not commented. A Hezbollah official said the detonation of the pagers was the biggest security breach Hezbollah had been subjected to in nearly a year of conflict with Israel. Hezbollah fighters have been using pagers as a low-tech means to try and avoid Israeli tracking of their locations, said two sources to Reuters. A pager is a wireless telecommunications device that receives and displays messages. I guess there can be some two-way pagers, but a lot of them are one-way. They just receive messages and display them. Reportedly, the Lebanese health minister said 200 of those injured were critically wounded. Many of those hurt included Hezbollah fighters who are the sons of top officials from Hezbollah. One of the fighters killed was the son of a Hezbollah member who was in the Lebanese parliament, said sources to Reuters. A senior Hezbollah official said, "This is not a security targeting of 1, 2, or 3 people. This is the targeting of an entire nation." Iran's ambassador to Lebanon suffered a superficial injury, according to Iranian state news. Reuters says regional broadcasters showed a video which appeared to be show a small handheld device placed next to a grocery store cashier where an individual was paying spontaneously exploding. Just a crazy incident. Oh, breaking news. Hold on. I think we have an update on Iran's ambassador to Lebanon, his injury. Let me just try to get this confirmed for you. Hang on a second here. Let's see if I can get the original source. I'm seeing some reported details on the ambassador of Lebanon, the Iranian ambassador's injury. Iranian state news says at least 9 dead, over 2,800 wounded. Okay, they're saying that's from the Lebanese health minister. I'm gonna update the total because I've seen that a couple places. 9 dead, over 2,800 injured. Where did they see this? The New York Times said that. The New York Times said that. Where is the report here? Hold on. I have too many things open. The New York Times says that. Now I can't find it. Iran's ambassador to Lebanon suffered injuries to his hand and face when a pager he was carrying exploded, according to Iranian state media reports. Okay, so Iranian state television says that he was not seriously injured, but that the Iran ambassador to Lebanon suffered injuries to his hand and his face when a pager he was carrying exploded. So the Times is reporting he was carrying one of these pagers. There's a video floating around purporting to show him arriving at the hospital. I can't show it. It's like, it shows bloody and I don't have the rights to the video, but it might be legit. Iranian media, guys, Iranian media also reported. Oh, hold on a second. I bet I can find it here. Where is it here? Yes, I have the Iranian state media report. Well, that's not everything. I don't know where this report's coming up. Another ambulance just showed up. The New York Times says Iranian media reports that 2 of the Iranian ambassador's bodyguards were also injured because they were carrying pagers that exploded. Oh, the camera's moving around. So again, I haven't found the original report in Iranian media, but New York Times says Iranian media says, in addition to the Iranian ambassador getting hurt, 2 of his bodyguards were also injured because they were carrying pagers that exploded. So the Times says that Iranian media is reporting that the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon and 2 of his bodyguards, all 3 of them were carrying pagers which exploded. And they were all injured. Thank you to Franco Semino. I appreciate your support, Franco Semino. Thank you. And Kaz1179, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. The camera is moving around. The Wall Street Journal says the affected pagers were from a new shipment the group had received in recent days. Hey, look, it's like the front of the hospital. Wow. There's an ambulance pulling up right there. There's an ambulance pulling up. The camera is now near the entrance to the hospital. Wow. Big crowd outside there. Again, the Wall Street Journal says the affected pagers were from a new shipment that the group had received in recent days. The Wall Street Journal says the apparent attack comes amid growing concerns that tensions along the Israel-Lebanese border are in danger of escalating. Also, an expert that the Wall Street Journal talked to, Rhonda Slim of the Middle East Institute, said the attack was historic in its scope and manner, and one that took significant planning and preparation. The Lebanese health minister said that wounds included severed fingers, head injuries, and large gashes to people's torsos, according to the Wall Street Journal. A number of our viewers have mentioned that, yeah, certainly people's, sensitive areas down by their waist, I'm sure a lot of people got hurt there because people, these things exploded in some people's pockets. Joe Soul says it's like a Tom Clancy novel. Commono's dad says this is usually called a terror attack. Sorry, checking some of the things people have sent me. Nolan Mosley says, how is it even possible? More ambulances. The U.S. State Department, a U.S. State Department spokesman said the U.S. did not know this was going to happen in advance and was not involved in it. Check a couple other sources here. Oh, did Axios have some reporting on this? Hold on a second here. Axios is saying that in an Axios report by Barak Ravid, the news outlet Axios claims that the operation was approved earlier this week during security meetings with Netanyahu and members of the cabinet and security services. I mean, it must have taken I've seen experts who said it took months or years to plan this, but maybe there was a final decision taken on whether to actually carry it out. Hopefully we don't lose our video here. We'll see. We'll see if we get the video back. No, it's still there. Oh, the Pentagon already had a briefing. The Pentagon briefing starting like 20 minutes ago. Anyways, the State Department said that they were looking into information. They didn't have any information about this to give. They don't know who did it. They're not ready to say anything about who did it. They weren't involved with it. So my guess is that we're not going to get much out of the U.S. government today. That's what it sounds like. I haven't seen the updated numbers some people are seeing, but I'll let you know if and when I do. More ambulances. More ambulances. Mariv Online in Israel says that there are now more than 3,000 Hezbollah members wounded. That's what Mariv says. Yes, Roy Case says, in Israel says, over 3,000 were injured, according to Lebanese MTV channel. N12 News Israel says, Air France and Lufthansa have both canceled flights to and from Israel tomorrow. I guess maybe worried about some kind of retaliation. But N12 News Israel says Lufthansa and Air France have canceled flights from tomorrow to and from Israel. Air France has canceled its flights from Paris to Israel in both directions tomorrow, and Lufthansa is canceling flights tomorrow to and from Israel. One of our viewers, Aftershave Aristocrat, said British Airways canceled too. More sirens. Thanks to Alan J. Mackey for your support. Alan thinks this is not an act of terrorism. Thank you, Alan J. Mackey. And Odious Patton. Thank you, Odious Patton, for your support. And War Dove. Thank you, War Dove and MG. Another ambulance. And thank you again, Odious Patton. More ambulances. BBC News says several analysts suggest the attack came from weaponized pagers being supplied to Hamas, being supplied to Hezbollah. A professor at Lebanese University who BBC News talked about said this was a new shipment. Who allowed this new shipment to come to Lebanon to be distributed to Hezbollah members? There's a BBC page with one of the videos on it. If for people who want to see one of the videos of it's, I don't believe you see blood in the video. I can't show it though. But there's a BBC page with one of the videos of the exploding pagers on it. So I'll post the link in the chat. If you want to go there, you can go there. I mean, again, I don't believe it's bloody, but just be aware that's what it shows. Oh, Faytux News says, deleted the updated injury numbers. The original Reuters journalist has removed their post. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the number of injured go up beyond this, but that's the latest I've seen is the ones that are on the screen right now. Those are the latest ones I have seen. Oops. Oops, I'm sorry. If you're watching on YouTube, there may have been an accidental ad. For those people watching on YouTube, I was trying to hit a different button. And then I accidentally hit a button, and then that button, I think, set off an ad. So if you, I don't run ads during the middle of the streams when they're live. So if you're on YouTube and you saw one, I apologize. I was trying to do something else here. Again, it was not intentional. Our viewer, Ken Harford, thinks that the U.S. did know ahead of time. That's what Ken thinks. Mark C. says, does this lead to an escalation between Hezbollah and Israel? I mean, does it lead to an escalation? You know, in July, Israel assassinated the top commander in Hezbollah. So, what can I say? I mean, you know, I don't know if this is... Hezbollah and Israel have been fighting since October on their border. Tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border have had to abandon their homes. So, while this certainly is very significant, a huge provocation, I don't want to minimize the significance of this. I don't know that this in itself makes escalation any more likely than the, you know, 10 months, 11 months of fighting that's been going on and the assassination of their commander. So, you know, maybe if it causes Hezbollah to fire some rockets and a rocket happens to get through and hit some civilians or something, that kind of thing can happen. But I don't know that this makes escalation so much more likely when there's so much else going on. That would suggest there might be escalation. Put it that way. But maybe it depends on how Hezbollah responds to it. I don't know also, Mark asked about who the people are in Hezbollah. Are they soldiers or other people in the organization? I have no idea who in Hezbollah was injured or killed. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a wide range of people because, I mean, you're looking at the numbers, thousands injured. Reportedly, hundreds of these things went off. So, reportedly, the Iranian ambassador had one. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a range of people. I was just looking for some updates for you guys. Yeah, Al Arabiya just posted that the Lebanese Minister of Health said 9 dead and 2,800 injured. That's the latest number I've heard from multiple sources. You know, I also got to say, I keep seeing this report that Sky News Arabia claims that there was a certain explosive used in the pagers. I don't know that that's true. I don't know why Sky News Arabia would be the only one with this account. So I'm not really going to get into that kind of thing. I'm not going to start micro-analyzing the Sky News Arabia report about how this happened. I don't want to put too much weight on that right now. No, Sky News Arabia, I think, is different from Sky News. They're two different. They certainly post different stuff, and maybe there's some sort of connection there, but they're different news organizations, I believe. They are a joint venture between UK-based Sky Group and the UAE-based International Media Investments Corporation, says Wikipedia. Thank you to GBRC as well. GBRC doesn't think it's like some explosive placed in pagers. GBRC thinks it's something else. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. So we've been on the air about 5 hours covering this. Just a crazy incident, this thing. Lots of people, thousands injured. But I don't have a huge number I'm not seeing a huge number of updates right now. And honestly, I think I need to take a bit of a break. I don't think I'm much of a help for you right now. I got to eat something and everything. So I think I'm going to wrap up this live stream. If there's some big news to report on this later, we might do another stream on it, just depending on what news comes out about it. But I need to take a break. So it's not going to be a very helpful stream for you if I keep going at this point. So, but we might do more coverage of this later, depending on the updates that come out. So subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I was supposed to cover the Sean Diddy Combs charges. We haven't even gotten to that yet because we were covering this. So we might do a stream on that later too. I just got to eat and take a break. But I'll keep an eye out on stuff. But subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I do appreciate people being here for the coverage and for the stream. If you missed it, go back. We were posting a lot of. I talked about all kinds of updates in the previous hours on the stream, so you can rewatch some of it if you want. I also posted a bunch of updates in some of the videos and photos on my X account, @Lookner on X. That's also where I'll post updates while I'm off the air. If I see new stuff, I'll post it on my X account, @Lookner on X. That's also where you can find some posts of photos and videos of the exploding pagers from others that I reposted on my X account. So go over there for updates. I'll post a link to that in my in the chat. Again, I appreciate people joining the coverage. And yeah, I mean, look, just whatever you think of Israel or Hezbollah, I mean, we do have a situation where thousands of people have been injured. Some of these injuries really bad. So, I mean, as I would say in any case like this in any country, among any, my thoughts with the people who were injured. But who knows? Again, maybe we'll have another stream on this a little bit later. I really appreciate our moderators for being here during our coverage. Thanks so much to our moderators. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have chat rooms without them. Ruth Krafasi, thanks for moderating, Ruth. And on YouTube, and all of our YouTube moderators, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body has been moderating over there. Thanks so much, Kay and Margaret Riley. I really appreciate it. And Beth Shepard. Any other moderators I might be missing too, Charlotte Webb and Paul Anderson. And over on Twitch, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev. Big shout out to our moderators. Thanks for being here, moderators. Also, thanks to you for your support of the channel. I really appreciate it. I think I thanked everybody, but your support is what allows this channel to exist and to cover these stories and to have footage. So thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. That's really nice of you, and I appreciate you letting the channel exist. So thanks. And what else can I say? Turn on notifications. I don't know when big news like this is going to happen. I come on and cover the news when it happens. If you want to get notified when we're going live, the best way is to sign up for our free notification system. We do it through Discord. You sign up once, it's free. You get sent a notification every single time. The mods will post the link to sign up for the notifications in the chat. I highly recommend it. You can also find the notifications link in the Facebook and YouTube descriptions for this video. And at the same link, if you want to, you can check out, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's the same link as the notifications. It's also free, so feel free to check that out. And big thanks to our Discord mods as well. And a couple other ways to find out when we're going on the air. Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there when we're going live at Agenda Free TV on X and post schedule updates there. So you can follow that if you'd like. And also to turn on the YouTube notifications, which can be very helpful in finding out when we're live. You gotta, after you subscribe, you gotta press this bell and then choose all notifications. So on YouTube, if you want to get the YouTube notifications, make sure you, after you subscribe, you click this bell and you choose all notifications. All right. And I muted myself. I do want to also thank for your support our Twitch subscribers. Thank you for subscribing over there and supporting the channel. People like I Got That Fire, Wall Street Shaggy, Relila, and all of our other subscribers over there, Kaz, GoGoFo, and our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you. Tinder, My Florida, and others. All of our and I Got That Fire, all of our Facebook subscribers as well. Thanks so much for subscribing over there, like Diane Allworth, Bess Shepard, Jane Summers, Robert Rial II, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Billy Joe Drage, all of our Facebook subscribers, Marie Minicello, thank you for subscribing over there and supporting the channel. And our YouTube members, huge thanks to you, like Carrie Poteet, Jelly Plain, Wickedest Witch, Eric Johnson, Mythical, Crypto King, Eris Kalar, Panda 3000, Red Squirrel 82, Jaybird, Space Fraggle, Trav, Go Niners, Justin King, Purple Cat Audio, Shaft, Malmo Shagras, Rosemary Hill, Cheryl Simpson, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Kellen, Laser 314, Exceedy, all of our other YouTube members as well, JK Cinar, Crypto King, and others. Yeah, so again, if there's huge developments in this, if there's big developments, big enough developments, I'll do another stream on this. Also, we may have a stream later on the Sean Diddy Combs stuff, which I haven't even had a chance to look at because we've been covering this. So if there's other big news today, maybe we'll do another stream a little bit later today after I eat. I'm going to wrap up this coverage right now. So just this crazy event, at least hundreds of pagers of Hezbollah members exploding relatively simultaneously in Lebanon, a few in Syria too, appears to be an attack carried out by Israel. 9 dead, over 2,800 injured, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. All right. So that is it for now. Again, thank you for joining, and thanks to all of our other viewers as well, who I didn't mention. And also, I appreciate people sending, a lot of people have sent me comments and sent me news updates and news tips about this and let me read your comments on the air, so I do appreciate that. Let me just check one more time here for updates, but I appreciate your help. And hold on a second here. Just doing a quick check here, make sure I'm not missing anything I wanted to mention to you. Let's see. All right, guys. I am wrapping this up. Thanks to our other viewers like Teresa McGinn. Thanks, Lyra Stars, for moderating. Thanks, Melissa Terry, for watching. Gary Jones. Dave Rocket. Gina Pina, and others. Billion XXX. Okay, so I am wrapping up this live stream. Maybe more coverage on this later. Maybe another stream on something else after I take a break. You've been watching our live coverage of the explosions of Hezbollah members' pagers in Lebanon. Just crazy, a crazy story here. And I will post updates on my X account as well while I'm off the air. That's it for now. Thank you for watching. Thank you again to our moderators. Thank you again to our moderators, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.